even more. The day of the fluting, we kissing with glosses with flour. Whoosh, a huge wave, splash, splash, then drones me.
Un, deux. Bah, si ça sort, si le son des micros sort des enceintes, normalement le son du PC sort des enceintes aussi. Testez-le comme.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
the students of the second year are currently developing. There are 60 students representing the 6 majors of the school: game design, visual design, sound design, UX design, project management, game programming, that are organized as production teams from 9 to 12 students per team. So these 6 teams of students develop 6 games in 4 months. We are currently halfway through, so it's a work in progress. They're gonna show you today. Each hour we have a game. You will have a presentation about 20 minutes per game. Then you can ask questions to the teams. You can write these questions in the Questions Talk Alpha, and then you can also exchange directly with the teams, going in the channels that are dedicated of the team you want to talk to. We're gonna start with the first team, if they are ready. So if
Hello? Hello, hello? Test, test. Catherine, are you here?
oui, je suis là.
All right, we can begin whenever you want.
I've already started. That's why you can't hear me.
Yes, I can.
You didn't hear what I said just before?
Yes, but we had technical difficulties, so now we are ready to begin. If you're okay with that.
Do I start again with the welcoming?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
We will begin.
Okay, so go ahead. So Twin Souls, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Hi, and welcome to the presentation of Twin Souls. or rather Ashes of Numrak, our new game title. In Ashes of Numrak, two players cooperate as Tulpa and Tamlem, entwined in the same body, fighting their way through a forgotten past. Ashes of Numrak is a third-person action-adventure game for two players. They will have to cooperate by playing the same body at the same time, without split screen or shared controller. The game will be made for PCs and consoles, with the possibility to play in local or remote. We have three pillars for our game. First, we have the symmetry. Both players will be able to do the same action at the same time, and they'll be rewarded to play in synchronization. Then we have the intensity. We want the combat to feel intense and push the cooperation of the players. And finally, the duality, with our two characters inside the same body and the evolution of their relations through the game. The symbiosis is our main feature. The two main protagonists, Tulpa and Tamlem, are in the body of Tulpa. The two players will be able to control this shared character with the average of their inputs. To play together, the players will have to communicate. For example, here you can see the player preparing his attack, ready to release it. But if the other player answers with the same input, it will release a powerful synchronous attack, which will help them defeat enemies quickly. Players have the ability to split, to have their own body for a limited time, allowing them to move more freely at the cost of losing their synchronous abilities. In this mode, they will be able to split the attention of the enemy, to repel multiple enemies more easily. Enemies will be able to trigger special ability, like here, a magical shield preventing damage in front of him. The players will have to use the split and join in conjunction to move in the back of the enemy and defeat him more easily. For the combat, we want commitment. The two players will have to think their action and focus on their coordination. Also, the enemy will have the initiative. Players must react and learn their pattern to find a window of opportunity. Every attack of the enemy will be in synchronization with the beat of the music to bring intensity in the fight and make the pattern easy readable and learnable. Enemy will be able to trigger special ability to push the player to play in symbiosis or in split. For example, the shield you just saw, preventing damage to the front, or even a special armor that can resist to any damage except synchronous attacks.
Thank you, Nicolas. So in this story, our main character is Tulpa, a young hunter who gets wrongfully accused of the murder of the head of his tribe. While attempting to flee the city and its enraged citizens, the soul of the ancient magical being Tamlem finds him and embodies him. Both souls, now living in the same body, realize that a dark power has been awakened by the same ones who accused Tulpa of the murder. Together, these two souls must find and destroy the Mask of the Fifth, an artifact that holds a powerful evil soul in it. The main objectives in our game are to cross the valley from the city of Irendil to the city of Numrak, the old forgotten city, and to find and destroy the Mask of the Fifth. Our total game length is of about 5 to 7 hours, divided in 5 chapters of 1 to 2 hours each. Our global walkthrough will have 3 different stages, differentiated visually, as you can see in the images, and conceptually too. Our vertical slice will be a quest that lasts between 10 and 20 minutes, situated between chapter 3 and 4. And finally, here's a subdivision of the vertical slice. It is divided in 4 different stages: the gorge, the valley, the outpost, and the burrows. The gorge being a tutorial phase, the valley being the main first stage of it, then the outpost, which has some exploring and some more difficult fights than the previous stages, and finally the burrows, which is mainly exploration.
Hello everybody, thank you for being here today. Let's speak a little bit about the artistic direction and references we use for our game. For us, it is really important to bring something coherent, and because we need some exaggeration in the animation because of game design purpose, we can't really choose a really photorealistic render for our 3D visual. I mean, for the proportion and the actual sculpture, we have to stay, let's say, still stylized, even if it's not really meaningful. That is why we take inspiration from this kind of pictures and shapes, especially those in the top of the slides. Regarding those shapes, we want to have really clear elements to keep all our visual readable from the distance of the camera. And also, it is easier to do considering our production time. The idea is not to be too cartoon or caricatural because it doesn't fit with our story, but we still want to have something colorful because of our cultural inspiration. We want to create our own civilization, even if, as you can see, we are inspired by the pre-Columbian civilization. We choose this one because it works with our story. For instance, they have a lot of elements based on duality in their mythology. We are not focused on a particular civilization, even if we have a lot of reference from Aztec because they are really well documented. We've also talked with an historian, and he helped us to avoid cliches and make real choices. The other advantage of taking elements from different cultures is that it helps us to create some separation for the two parts of the civilization. For example, between Tulpa and Tamlem, or between Numrak and Irondil, our two cities. Just a quick example. For example, let's look at Tulpa. The mask of the actual Tulpa is more inspired by the Inca civilization with more human traits. And the one of Tamlem shares some similarities with Aztec iconography. We also have some references, and now I'm speaking about the one at the bottom left, about possessed character. Possessed character, just to help us create better separation between Tamlem and Tulpa. So now it's just some render, 3D render of our game. So here is the valley. The valley again. Now, another one from the valley. This one is from the burrow. So quite different. And now this is the base mesh of our character, Tulpa. I don't have a lot of time, but I can give you the picture at the end of the presentation if you want. So now let's move to the other big part of the artistic department with our sound designer.
Hello everyone. So I'm going to talk to you about audio direction and intention. So first part, concerning the moon, we have to feel the danger, the spirituality and the mystery of the ambience, as well as the evolution, loneliness and discovery of our character. We must feel the duality and symbiosis for many aspects like sound and music, intra and extra diegetic elements, reality and spirituality, combat and exploration. The goal is to create bridges between all of this by making a complete and evolutive sound entity and system. For this, music was the main element to create those links. Our different inspirations were based on research about the sound element used in rituals and for the trance, their uses and their way of working. We also researched the instrument present in pre-Columbian era and the usefulness of music and sound in this period. And finally, the mood of our music is very important and varies from dark and tense parts to contemplative and melancholic one. In this state of mind, we wanted to create a linear music that would incorporate all the ideas of the moon intentions and game phases to create something coherent. There are three big parts. The first one, the dark and tense introduction with a rise until the fight drops. The second one, the fight with 3 different variations of rhythm and instruments, as well as breaks. And the third one, the exploration phase, contemplative and melancholic, which will adapt very well to intra-diegetic elements.
Hi everyone, I'm going to talk to you about the design and realization of these audio intentions. And for that we are hanging around 3 main pillars. First, as we said, we want to use the environment as a bridge between sound design and music, so we can create fluent transitions with it and play with the flow of the players. We are also willing to blur boundaries between complementary aspects, for example, like intra-diegetic and extra-diegetic sounds, so we can put in place an evolving soundscape we can shape over the time. And last but not least, we are looking to work a lot on game feel and visibility to highlight the choreographical aspect of the combats by rewarding the players and think cleverly about our feedbacks. Now, let's have a more systemic point of view on them. First, we worked on creating a kind of musical staging. We want the player to feel surrounded by the music and make it move along with their journey. To do so, we are dispatching the different music layers into the environment itself, and then we can define specific behaviors for them. Then we worked on an ambient system that allows us to bring musicality progressively into it. We do that by playing with the rhythm of specific sounds or how some other sounds play or react with the music or not. Then, and finally, we are looking to create points of synchronization with the gameplay, so we can create more rewarding and readable combats, like we said before, for example, by linking the enemy's patterns with the music, and then emphasize the trans-pulsing world effect.
Thank you. So I will present to you the personas for our game. Jeremy, our UX designer, worked on the personas for our game. It's important for us to introduce those personas as early as possible in the production and update them as the production goes on. When we have to take a decision, we often use those personas to choose the right path. As you can see, we have 3 personas: Alison, our main persona, Oscar, our mid-target, Jordan, the persona that we will reach, even though we don't try to target him. So for Alison loves video games since middle school. She played Resident Evil, Crash Bandicoot, Tekken with her brother and sister, and she remembers having a lot of fun sharing these experiences with her family. Now she mainly plays action adventure solo games with a well-built narration. Oscar is part of a group around 12 friends, and they are his best friend for a long time now. On Discord, they play more or less every night. Someone suggests a game, and the night can begin. Oscar is a funny guy of the team, always joking, doing funny moves, and trying exotic strategies. Jordan is truly a video game enthusiast. He plays every day with dedication and passion. He likes huge games. He can complete 100% and study build and strategy for hours. In fact, he plays solo even on multiplayer games. Jordan loves to have the maximum value in game he plays. For the marketing target, we are using the persona that we have created. We want to focus on players such as Alison, the AAA enthusiast, and Oscar, the social online player. Those players have different experiences with online and co-op games. Our core target are players who are used to action-adventure solo games with deep narratives such as Horizon Zero Dawn and the Last of Us series. Those players are not fond of co-op games, not because they dislike them, but because their needs are not fulfilled by the trendy co-op games. We know our game is quite unique in the co-op game genre. We are an action-adventure game with a mature narration like A Way Out. We think that Ashes of Numrak can spark interest for those players who want to share new experiences with close friends, lovers, family members, but don't want to leave that comfort zone in terms of game genre. For our main target, they are composed of online social players. Those players tend to play with a group of friends and are often opinion leaders. They like to play trendy games just for the sake of having a good time with their friends. Ashes of Numrak can be a viable solution for them thanks to the co-op features. Our game can be quite challenging but rewarding if we have a good communication with your teammates. They need social interaction, and online cooperation isn't a problem for them. Those targets are not set in stone for us. It's important to update them as the production continues. However, the global intention will stay the same. Both targets tend to buy games. Sorry, my mic just died. Both targets tend to buy games who are in the spotlight on social medias and on the digital marketplaces, such as Steam, Epic, Game Pass, or PlayStation Store. This is why we need to support the communication, and the Game Pass could be an opportunity for us, and it should not be neglected. So for the market, Ashes of Numrak will be launched on PC, Xbox Series, PS5. PC is a viable solution since we can use Parsec to play our game. Previous games such as A Way Out worked well with Parsec, and we think we can learn from them. Our game will be a premium game, and we are considering the possibility to a discount for a second key to play with a friend or family member. We still have to work on the pricing, so it's relevant for production cost, and still a little bit, but it's still a little bit it's still a little bit early for that. Sorry, the camera. No worries. The gameplay is a great opportunity for us because it reaches audiences which match our personas. Microsoft has an indie program that can match with our ambition, and the Game Pass is also a great opportunity for us because it will help us to be known by the players. However, if we can be part of this program, we'll need to postpone our release on PS5 because of exclusivity contracts. As you can see in this positioning, Ashes of Numrak isn't a couch game or a puzzle game. Our core feature, Symbiosis and Split, is at the opposite of Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. We are aiming for an action-adventure game with a mature narration like A Way Out, or solo game like The Last of Us, for example. Ashes of Numrak is quite unique in the market, and this is why you think we can reach audiences who didn't find what they want in the co-op genre. Still, we know this positioning can be dangerous and that we need a strong core feature for that. We will need your help, and we'll be glad to see you during the playtest session that will be held this week. Thank you for your attention, and really, I apologize for the technical difficulties. This wasn't on our part, but yeah, you can't see the team, but they are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the team. And despite the technical problems, I think we all followed the proposition you had.
Thank you.
I just welcome the audience to the question in the book Alpha.
If I may, I have one thing to say, is that we have sound and audio that couldn't work, so we will send them to you, and you will be able to listen to them.
Yes, and as you can see for the people following us, in Questions Talk Alpha, Marion just shared the place where you can find all this sound and visual. And it's also this channel, Twin Souls, so the old name of the game, will be the place where you can exchange directly with the team. But maybe before going there, maybe there are people in the audience who wants to ask questions. As it's not possible through mic, maybe you can write down your questions and I can tell them to the team. As said, it's a game under progress, so we are midterm, and it could be good to have feedbacks on what you've got of the game, and maybe advice to share with the team. So do not hesitate to make comments or ask questions. So the channel for the question is @QuestionStalk Alpha. I'm gonna wait a few minutes to see if somebody's reacting. I see a first question coming or comment. So if you rather ask the question yourself, you may ask to have the voice possible. So I see Antonin Terrien who has a question. With what kind of elements in the world do you intend to put diegetic music stems, and how do you think it will blend with the audience?
Hi, Antonin. Thank you for the question. To be more precise on this point, from the piece of linear music you didn't hear, but that Marion made, was exported in a lot of different stems. It took a lot of time. So we have, like for example, all the different instruments separated with effects, with no effects. And depending on what we want, we are discussing together to say, for example, I would like to test this sound, this instrument, particularly in the level itself, and position it, move it, and see what this can bring. But to give you some concrete examples, we use, for example, some voices from the exploration phase that we can say sounds a bit like a mermaid that is calling you, but it's at the same time dangerous. And so we are trying to make it always indicate the path to follow and always flee the player. So this is an example. And to make it blend with the ambience, it's more the ambience than blend into the music. For example, long sounds are pulsing progressively with the rhythm of the music, or some echoes, repetition of sounds are synced progressively with the beats. So we play on little details that are added more and more like this to make it something that is not noticeable at first, but that the players can feel on the long term. And we're using also some sounds that can sound like a command between the music and the ambience. For example, some high frequency sounds with the winds and the shakers that can be a bit interpret with each other, and stuff like that. I hope it answers your question.
I see that Antonin was still writing, but maybe, well, he stopped. So Antonin, do not hesitate if you want to react. Okay, he's eager to hear that, so thank you for the answer. Another question or remark by Priscilla. Priscilla Larcher says, well done to the team, so congrats again. Do you have an in-game video of the game? She's not sure to saw it in the presentation.
Hello, thank you for the question and the comment. We didn't put videos of gameplay or in-game videos in the presentation. We have some GIF that we can show you, but you can also try to, well, you might test the game on some playtest session. It can be a good opportunity to see the game and where we are so far. Thank you.
So just to complete this answer, you know that every day of this week between 12 and 3, there's going to be times so you can playtest the games that are ready to playtest, or not all the games will be available, but each team today will tell you if what is available. But anyway, you can exchange with each of the team also during the week. Is there other questions? I don't see much happening. So if you'd rather have an exchange directly with the team, you're invited to reach the team in the channel dedicated for it. So we used the last name, the former name of the game for it. So you have a vocal, Twin Souls vocal, but also a Twin Souls channel for written exchanges. So please do not hesitate to join the team and keep asking them questions. And we have 15 minutes for that. So I just invite you to go there and exchange with the team directly. And in the meantime, maybe the next team can settle. Please join me to congratulate the team, the Twin Souls team, who made a great job. So congratulations to you. Thanks for the presentation. And let's meet in 15 minutes in this channel, so to see the next game, which will be La Brume. And in the meantime, do not hesitate. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
So do not hesitate to talk to the Twin Souls team in the meantime, and let's see again in 15 minutes.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We have lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken house. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Grenette. Vous êtes la première personne.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year. We chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the Metronomicon.
roses with flowers. Whoosh, a huge wave. Splash, splash, then drowns me.
Rémi, moi je t'entends en tout cas.
Ah, parfait.
Je me doute, ouais, mais ils sont en train de parler. Je pense qu'ils nous entendent. Mais il faut qu'ils...
Si vous nous entendez, l'auditorium.
Ouais, ils nous entendent. Mais il faut qu'ils parlent dans le micro pour qu'on les entende mieux.
On t'entend pas très fort en fait, Rémi.
Ah, attends, je vais essayer de voir si je peux...
Ah, il faut que tu cries.
Non, mais là, ça va?
Là, c'est parfait.
Ok, impeccable.
Moi, ça va, vous m'entendez bien?
Ouais, très bien.
Ça allait pour les questions comme je l'ai fait juste avant? Non, non, tout ça, j'ai mis. Non, mais vas-y, tu peux me répondre puisque tu as suivi à distance aussi.
Non, non, mais je suis envoyé un peu
Ça sera bon pour vous à 30? Vous me direz quand on repart, je pense que Jérémy me dira.
oui, je pense.
C'est gentil de me répondre. Je pense qu'ils ont plein de trucs à gérer ici.
On reprend à 30, oui.
Ouais, ok. Vous me direz quand on est live.
Ok.
Merci.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
One minute. So hi again. We're gonna welcome our second team for this morning. So the team will present their project, their game. So as I said, it's 2 months after the start of the game, and they have two more months to work on it. And the game is La Brume. So welcome to La Brume.
Welcome to the presentation of La Brume. In an alternate reality, where the world is entirely covered by a thick fog, find your way as a little girl using your sonoscope to travel through the hostile territory. Stay hidden and don't draw attention of your enemies to survive. La Brume is a third-person camera game centered on the utilization of the sonoscope.
For the story of our game, we'll start with the principal actor of the environment, that is the fog. The fog is wet and cold. It is dense, and so it blocks vision. It is breathable, and so it's not toxic. And his appearance and way of staying there is totally mysterious. So. So the world have shaped, it has shaped the world, and the society has adapted to it. So our two main communities that are at war are, at first, the Superior. They are discrete and quiet community with a very strong isolationist doctrine. The fog for them is something they should not alter and should not be tampered with. They have adapted to the fog thanks to technologies around sound, and they like to stay hidden in it and stay away from the world. They have a deep respect of the mist and wish to live under it. And at the opposite, our opponent community are noisy, are explorers, growth fanatics, and aim to frenetic development and resource acquisition. This society believes that the fog is an obstacle of development and wants to and so they don't want to stay hidden in it and want to really temper the mist and want to alter it and destroy it. Yeah. So they adapt themselves and oriented their technology with architectural elevation in order to reach less dense fog in the altitude. So they are at war, and the origin of the conflict was a dire first contact as the explorer went into the Superior territory, and there were a first spark of violence there. But as the Superior are isolationist and really protective of their territory, there were an escalation of violence that occurred during some years, and all that conflicts is filled by ideologic discrepancy, as they have not the same way of living, the same way of thinking the fog, and the same ideology concerning the fog. So our main character is a little Superior girl in that conflict. She's trained and manipulated to take part in it, and her main features is her tool, the sonoscope, that will allow her to see the sound source through the fog and use it as a sonar. And her main goal is to sabotage the enemy city, and thanks to her sonoscope, that is in fact a sonic bomb. She has partial knowledge of it and of her mission and what it implies, but as she is manipulated, she yeah, we don't really know how much she knows and how much the player don't really know how much she knows and how much she understands what it implies to sabotage the city. And the player will discover this goal and this story and her tragic story thanks to clue in the environment and with the enemies. So to sum up her journey, she will start in the super city when she's trained and manipulated to sabotage the city. She will go through the forest, that is a giant forest that separates both of the city. And she will really start her mission at the enemy city, and she wants to reach the top to use her sonic bomb to destroy the city. So our main intention are to depict a world covered by fog, to create anguish thanks to it and thanks to our themes, and thanks to the fact that we play a little girl in a situation of war, and a strong narrative theme that are confusion, manipulation, and we want to tackle the touchy subject of the child soldier and the manipulation linked to it. So for our vertical slice, we will start after her arrival at the enemy city. That is the start of the game, but not the start of her journey and her story. And between her arrival and the wall, that is the first step of the enemy city. So it's at the start of a game. So for the game design mechanics, I will just do a quick reminder of our 3C. So we are in a third-person camera game. Our main controller will be to have some movement, and the main characteristic is the sonoscope that will be a main source of information. And a little girl, we control a little girl that is vulnerable against her environment. So I will let Rémi speak for the sonoscope.
Okay, so the sonoscope is a sound-sensitive device, which is the main tool to progress through the environment. It features two main functions, which are sound visualization and the sonar system. This sonoscope is powered by a battery, so every action the players do with the sonoscope consumes battery. It slowly charges when it's not used, and if it becomes empty, it will be a longer cooldown before the charge. So the intentions with this system is to avoid spamming and punish the spamming. To create tension from the use of the sonoscope, you will always have to be careful and think about what you're doing. So about the sound visualization, the first thing to see it's we have a passive listening. So it's a on-off switch on the sonoscope, which allows the players to have a blurry visualization of the surrounding sounds, and it's slowly consuming the battery. So it allows the players to see these kind of shadow images in the environment and try to think about what they are. Then we have the active listening, also called focus, which allows the players to aim to focus on each audio source. The results will be a better understanding, like a sharper image, a wider area, but it consumes faster the battery. So you can't be focusing every time. About the sonar, the sonoscope can send a sound wave to reveal the environment. So it works with a collocation. Every impulses consume chunks of battery. So the idea is not to overpower this system and make it useful, but usable with care. So about our infiltration dynamics, the idea is that the enemies can detect the player with sounds and with their eyes just at very, very close range. So their basic state will be patrol state. Then if the players emits sounds, they will be alerted and will have to investigate on the zone where the sound was emitted. So the detection speed will depends on the alarm state of the enemy and the loudness of the sound produced by the player. So now I will let the graphical team talk about the artistic direction.
So concerning the artistic direction, the player will discover an alternate world dive into the mist with physics that is close to ours, like how the sun and the humidity can affect the people living in this world. Our vertical slice will be set in the antagonist Low City. This part of the city is inspired by medieval environment mixed with advanced technology. The ground is soaked and the enemy raise their house on stilts. They use mainly wood for foundation and metals on the roof. Pipes and cables cross the village to bring energy to their houses. Our main character is a 12-year-old child. She is a super girl. She is resourceful and is able to use and upgrade the sonoscope thanks to her technology knowledge. Because of the lack of sunlight due to the mist, she has a fair complexion. Her hair has to be short, so it don't bother her during her journey. She was trained for the purpose of the mission. Her clothes are convenient, so she can move easily. Her body is entirely covered to protect her skin from the humidity. To activate and use the different mode of the sonoscope attached to her back, she used the button and switch that is on her hand. Her appearance must suggest that she is different from the enemy she faces. This is why her clothes are more structured. The use of round shape on her clothes, whether it is for the button on her hand or even the sonoscope, are there as a symbol to recall the shape of a city and the isolationist ideology of her community. The sonoscope has two different appearance and modes. When it is off, it is placed and attached to her back, and when it is on, it detaches from her back, but it's still linked to her by cables to suggest the idea that her tool remains a parasite that absorbs her vital energy, because once her mission is accomplished, it will turn into a bomb. It can deploy its receiver for sound captation or emit sound when it is in a sonar mode. The battery level is indicated also on her back. Our enemies are human. They are travelers in good shape who are used to explore the environment. They are equipped with close combat weapons to defend themselves, and they cover their face. Their appearance is far from what our character is used to because of their clothes that are more destructured, and they appear to her as monstrous creatures in the fog. Then I will let Delphine talk about the shader and VFX.
So about the shader concepts, this is for the sonar. And we actually went for something that looks a bit like a mixture between the iris and the sound wave, as you will see later. And the iris mainly because since it allows the player to see through the fog, it actually is a metaphor for what the sonoscope does. As for VFX, for the visual effects, so these are a demonstration for the sound source visualization. And it actually acts the first part as a camera objective that opens, and then a ripple effect that is supposed to simulate a sound wave. And the colors are chosen for accessibility in order for Daltonian people to be able to see the colors correctly. And I also tried to make as much contrast as possible, also in order to favor the accessibility. And I will let Eleanor talk.
So, as Delphine said, we thought about the accessibility because we want to focus on 3 points, 3 main help for people. We want to offer options for colorblind and visually impaired player, for them to choose the color of the VFX they can see. And on our side, we are thinking about the contrast of our character and interfaces. Secondly, for deaf and hearing impaired people, our mechanic of passive hearing could be free or less costing and helping them enjoying the experience. Lastly, letting the player mapping their controller the way they want to play could be an option. And here is a preview of how the controller would be playtested soon. I will like the...
So in Labrim, sound is both important as a mechanic and as an atmosphere. So we plan to focus on the ambience of the environment and its realism. The scene takes place in a swampy area, so it's going to be a cold, watery and muddy atmosphere. The scene, the town will also have an identity because it's medieval, so it's mainly composed of wood and metal. But with some technology involved. So we may hear electric noises, machines, and generators. Depending on the narrative situation, the player will hear soundscapes between ambient sound and music, reinforcing the atmosphere with a dark mood. Those soundscapes can also be a mystic representation of the fog's presence. Our main character wears stealth clothes, so she mainly produces sounds when moving, for example, for her footsteps or breath. She will walk and crouch, so we will adapt her breath, footsteps and presence to the narrative and gameplay states. At the contrary, the enemies are corpulent. They wear heavy tactical clothes, which produce a lot of sound. They wear masks, and their breaths and voices will be filtered.
So as the enemies are not seeing each other, they are communicating with walkie-talkies, and it makes loud noises. Furthermore, as Damien said, the enemies have tactical clothes, so they will make noise when they move as well. For example, after this slide, you will hear an extract. So you will hear the enemies walk with like leather and clicky sounds from their clothes. All these sounds are affected by the adaptive acoustic system that we will set up, and you will hear it on the example. The spatialization will be inaccurate so that the player won't easily know where the enemies are. So as Remy said, when you're on a passive listening mode, you will hear and see specific sounds in the environment, but these sounds are still affected by the acoustic with like reverbs, attenuation. And when the player is on active listening mode, there'll be a filter on the ambience. Also, the acoustic of the environment will be less affecting the sounds that we are focused on. For example, in the extract, you will hear that we focus on the enemies and their walkie-talkies. And as the player leaves this listening mode, the acoustic comes back. When you use sonar, you will send a sound wave to see the environment. As it is a mechanic that will be kind of frequently used, it needs to be a sound that is light and with lots of variants, with, for example, different layers that will be randomized. And so now you will hear the extract.
Ladies and gentlemen, the curfew has started. Please go back home. Remember, this is for your own safety. In position. Ready? Ready to patrol. Ready to feel further retreat. Okay, report everything. I'm at the bridge. Nothing to report here. Hey, what is that? I think I heard something.
Okay, report everything.
Hey, show yourself! Contact, contact!
Yeah, so we wanted to show you also a video of the prototype at the current state. So the idea is to show you the implementation of our core mechanics for the moment. So the focus is not implemented yet, but it's just for for getting a global idea of the project.
Here it is. So about our placement between some references, we can say that there are few references which are very inspiring for Labrum. I can quote Inside, Hitman, and Little Nightmares, which are very focused on infiltration reflections and mixes dark and oppressive side without being horror games. Also, games like Tief, The Last of Us, and Death Stranding are big references for us in their ambience. We placed La Brume around 7 hours game duration. We want a game that makes infiltration and anguish in a quiet, short experience. La Brume is a small production with a small team, so we have to think our market placement in this context. We analyzed our target as people who are fervent players to stealth and anguish games. Our target's age should be plus 16 because the game can contain some violence. Also, I would like to specify that indie games lovers who like independent French games creation, for instance, can represent a significant part of our target. We choose platforms like PC or new generation home consoles because it allows to link the technical possibilities of the game as well as the immersive size of these platforms. So now I will present the team. So in game art, we have Lisa, Quentin, and Delphine. In game design, we have Rémi and Victor. In sound design, Guéric and Damien. In programming, Fabrizio and Pierre. In UI UX, Aliénor, and myself as a project coordinator. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to the team of Labrum and congratulations. I would like to see if there's question. If you want to ask question to the team, you're welcome to do so. And to do so, you have to fulfill the question talk alpha with your questions or ask for having the mic. Applause are coming, but I don't see question right now. So for all the people in the audience, do not hesitate to ask questions, remarks. Yes, share comments with the team. As said, it's half in the way of producing the game, so it's good to have all feedbacks and questions. This could be very useful. And if you have troubles to see where to ask the question, do not hesitate to ask him, need help. There's a lot of applause coming to the team, so congrats to you. Nobody wants to ask a question? Nobody wants to share a comment? I see a question or comment coming. And the applause are keeping. So it was very clear, apparently, and I share this comment too. A lot of applause.
You want to ask a question? And you will pass next.
There's a question from Jeremy. Isn't it too difficult to design 3D assets while knowing they will be in the fog? If you want to react.
We have to think about what quality we want to show because of the fog. But with the sonar, we can see the modelization actually that are present in our environment, and at close range, you can also see the texture of our asset. So we have to design them knowing this purpose. But for instance, it's okay.
Il passe de micro to Fanny. Well, hello. It was very great. Great job. Yeah, I wanted to know if you did some test about only for the shader, for example, only views the comment on dit le contour en fait. As the outline, did you only tested the outline thing, or did you also tested some colors on all the mesh, for example, or something like that? I don't know.
Okay, so yes, we mainly tested with outline. We were afraid that if we gave too much information, it would be too loaded for the screen. It would saturate, and then it would be less understandable for the player. So for now, it's mainly the outline, but we were also thinking maybe to do a gradient on the mesh, but we're not sure yet. We're going to see with the playtest.
Thank you for the answer. There's a question from Guillaume Pongo, who wants to know if you have a release plan for a first version of the game.
I will be happy to talk about that just right after with you if you want. I can show you some workflow and an Excel sheet, and I will be very happy to talk about that with you.
And maybe if you want, we can let the people ask directly questions in your dedicated channel if you want to. There was another comment on the channel there asking the reason for the use of the Unreal character instead of another one in your own. But I think
Jeremy answered it. It's just a
Yeah.
placeholder for the moment because we're still doing the character modelization.
Exactly. Thank you for that. So if there's no other direct comment or questions, so we're gonna thank you and congratulate all the team again. Thanks for this very clear presentation.
Thank you. One last thing. We will share the sound extract so that people can hear it after.
Okay. So if you want to ask the team questions or exchange comments or listen to the music or see other elements they have on hand, then go to the direct channel of La Brume, so either the written or the vocal one. This will be available also during the week, so do not hesitate to keep having exchange with the team and ask questions about that game or test element they have. Thank you once again, and congrats.
Thank
and
you.
Yeah, congrats. And see you in half an hour to talk with the other team, Echo of the Sky, so the next game that will be presented this morning. Thanks again. And please go and ask and exchange directly with the team on the dedicated Discord channel. So La Brume in the meantime. Talk to you later.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numb place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Cornette. Vous êtes la première personne. Je suis tout près de vous.
conscience exactement, le système du contrôle.
Un, deux, un, deux.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
even more. The day of the fluting, we kissing with glasses with flour. Whoosh, a huge wave, splash, splash, then drowns me.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numb place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Renaître. Vous êtes la première personne que je suis tout près de vous.
Si on vient dire que l'information, c'est le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomicon.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numbed place.
J'attends le go de Jérémy. Hi again. So we're going to have the third presentation of this morning, Echo of the Sky. Do not hesitate to ask questions if you have during the presentation. You can do so using the dedicated channel, so the Question Talk Alpha. And as I said for the two other teams of this morning, this is a work in progress. So we are at half the way of the development of the vertical slice. I leave the mic to you, so welcome, Echo of the Sky.
Welcome everyone to the presentation of Echo of the Sky. And first, we're gonna show you a little teaser of our game. J'appuie en même temps.
Travel doesn't become an adventure until you leave yourself behind. I always felt it. Deep down, I knew this day would come. I've always been looking for something else, for something more. I have read so many books and listened to so many people. But now, I want to be the one with the stories to tell. I will see the world, but with my own eyes.
So what is Echo of the Sky? So our game is a rhythmic puzzle platformer in which you follow Syra, a young merchant traveling around a fantasy world inspired by Indian culture and Hinduism. In our game, you can sing to transform the environment around you, and it allows you to evolve in marvelous places and escapes. And last but not least, you follow the verses of a poem that will lead you to meet unique people and to find your way toward your inner purpose in life. So thousands of years ago, at a time where there was nothing, the Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva came in the terrestrial realm and gave birth to the world. Later on, to preserve the soil from a terrible disease, the Devas sent the land up in the sky, in the celestial realm. And before falling into a deep sleep, they blessed each human being with the potential of one of their powers. And thus were born the voices, the hearingers, and the touchers. Our game follows the journey of Syra. Syra is a voicer, so she has the power to change the environment while singing, and she's a merchant. And during her life, she always felt she was missing something, and that she needed to discover more to become someone else. And at the beginning of the game, she finds the poem of Sage Narada, an important figure in Hinduism. And when reading it, she realizes that she wants to leave her hometown and that she needs to have her own journey. And so she follows places that are written in the poem, and this journey will allow her to evolve and become someone different. So our key mechanic is called the echo. So Sarah can sing an echo, which is made of several chants in a row. Each chant is associated to an element like earth, air, and water, and each element can affect a part of the environment to create new things. Our game is also a puzzle platforming game. So our moveset is composed of a simple moveset, so you can run, jump, and double jump. And you can also use a wall stick and a wall jump, and they are here to help the player if they fall from a platform or from a high point. And this makes platforming session less punishing. And all these controls are used in third person, and they are coupled with the associated camera. So about the narrative design pillars of our game. So first, you have the idea of pursuing Purushada. So Purushada is an important key notion in Hinduism, and it is composed of 4 aims, which are purpose, prosperity, desire, and emancipation. And the idea is that in your life, you have to live according to your purpose, your prosperity, and your desire, and that if you realize how to live according to all 3 of them, you will reach the step of emancipation from the cycle of rebirth. And so these 4 steps are important key points in Syra's journey. You also have the idea of finding your real potential, because as Syra is a voicer, at the beginning of the game, she doesn't really know what she can do with her power, and she is a bit embarrassed because she's always having compliments because she can use her power. But throughout the game, she will learn what she can do with her power, and by the end of the game, Sarah's chance will become powerful and graceful, and she will truly feel connected to her power. Finally, you have the idea of learning from others and teaching to others, as Sarah will meet various people during the game, notably 3 major characters, and she will learn through her interactions with them. But this character will also learn from her, and this creates the idea of growing together, as you can learn from what you receive, but also from what you give to others. So about the general game, it is composed of a prologue and 6 chapters, and the idea of Purushala is mainly represented during the chapters when Sarah learns a new chant, while the other chapters are more focused on the growing of Sarah's power and its understanding. Our vertical slice takes place in chapter 2. So chapter 2 takes place in Siddhinath, an ancient bath city sacred by gods Vishnu and Shiva. The stories focus on the aim of prosperity, and there she learns the water chant. And most of all, this is where she will meet a new figure. This person is called Trisha. So Trisha is an hearing girl, meaning that she can hear every little thing, understand them, and interpret them quickly. She is also a pillager, and our goal in the vertical slice is to steal a treasure supposedly hidden at the top of the water tower, a major building in Siddhinath. Sarah and Trisha will meet during chapter 2, and they will decide to use their power to help each other progress inside the water tower. In terms of narration, Sarah and Trisha are like 2 faces of a same coin, because they share similar personality traits, but their personal backgrounds make them different persons. It's this conflict that allows them to learn from each other, and by the end of chapter 2, both of them will understand what matters the most to them in life, thus reaching the aim of prosperity. And I let Charlie speak about the art direction.
Thank you. For the artistic direction, we, as Loic said, we are inspired by the Indian culture. So we have a lot of pattern and a lot of bright color. And here you can see a few of our references. So yeah, we want to keep realistic proportion, but on the texturing, we want a lot of colors, a lot of pattern. And we really want to play on the colors. So we are going to show you a little video about what we've done so far. So sorry. As you can see here, Sarah, our character, and she's finished. She's ready to be animated. So here the current state of Sarah. So her face, her body. And now I'm going to talk to you about the environment. So as you can see, and as I said earlier, we wanted bright color and we wanted something dreamy. So this scene is the mood we want for all the vertical slice. So here's a few screens. For the technical aspect, we are using a lot Substance Designer because since we are inspired by the Indian culture, we need materials with a lot of patterns. We want to do something really stylized. And soon we will be using Speed Tree to make the vegetation. So now I'm going to let the mic to Wissam to talk about the puzzle design.
Thank you. So our levels will be composed of puzzles. Let's introduce you to the logic we're using. Each chant element has a main effect on the environment. Earth structures assets like folding stairs and rocks. Air creates movement to activate mechanisms and produce earth streams. And water focuses on the energy, the power of water-based objects. Each asset is associated to one of these elements. In add to that, they have a specific use. Some of them are a one-use asset, being activated only once and stay in place after that. There is two-state assets that alternate between two reversible states each time a corresponding chant is echoed. And there is chant-timed assets which go back to their initial state after the chant is over. Let's illustrate that with a few examples. We have the air panel, which can be activated by an air chant, and it is a two-state asset. Each time an air chant is in use, the panel flips to the other side. Below that is a water geyser, streaming an upward water stream to propel the player whenever the water chant is in use, as in a chant-timed asset. Let's now put that in practice with a small puzzle. We have 3 air panels, 2 far away from each other to come across the gap, and a water geyser at the end to help us reach the top area. The player chooses to sing an echo composed of 3 air chants and a water chant. First air chant is in use, the air panel have flipped. Now the second air chant, they flip again, and the player has to jump in rhythm with the echo to reach the second panel at the right time. Third air chant, the gap is almost reached. And then the player needs to reach the water chant in time to get propelled on top of it. Sorry for the little bug with the fountain, should be below the water geyser. And now the echo is over and the player has reached the end. The echo finished on a positive melody instead of looping. So now I'm going to let Samuel talk about the prototyping.
Yes, so we will show you the mechanics we did so far. On the left part, it's a double jump. After your first jump, you have a second jump, which propels you towards the direction you're facing. We also develop an easy-to-use UI, which allows game designers to change strength, number of jumps, or other parameters easily. On the right part, there is a wall jump. It's a classic wall jump, so I will move on the singing mechanic. And this is the current prototype for the singing mechanic. Here on the GIF, the player can choose among 2 notes with a joystick. Then the echo will spread and change the world. During its journey, the character will learn more chants to sing. I can set the number of notes available to 4, and now the player can choose among 4 notes. But I will let Terry tell you a bit more about the echo.
Thank you. I will now like to talk to you about the sound system of the sound mechanic. So the player can start singing. As you see in the previous slide, you can edit your echo, so you can see the UI for each element you can use. And in this phase, you're focused on the voice. It's a direct interaction, and the sound comes from the characters. It's a very fast transition. In this phase, you need to listen the voice, the chant you make. When you agree with your echo, you can validate and spread this echo. When you spread, you didn't see the UI, and you're focused on elements like water, wind, or earth. And the echo is specialized in the place, and the puzzle you propagate this echo. We have a first draft prototype about this echo. With the chant, we had another feedback. It's instrumental feedback. There are 2 aspects: gameplay and ergonomics, and design aspect. The first aspect, it's based on player understanding. You need to have the feedback of the element, and it's gameplay based with different pitches or different tonality of the sound. About the design aspect, we need we use Indian references, like the singer Nina Burmi, Ravi Shankar, and other famous singer and composer. And with echo effects. And this echo will fit with environmental SFX and music. Each element is associated to an Indian instrument. So the first one is Hertz with tabla. It's a percussional instrument in India. The second one is Bansuri for the air chant. The third one is a centaur for the water. When you resolve the puzzle, each element that you use during this puzzle will play together. So we can listen, in this example, the earth, the wind, and the water playing together. It's a feedback for the player that the puzzle is resolved. I will now let the microphone to Valentin about the control.
Yeah, thank you, Terry. So to fit as agreeably as possible to the mechanics, we have adopted the input configurations you can see just here. In addition of it, we plan to have some more accessibility features. First of all, you can see them on the next slide. First of all, using joystick may be a hard time for players in a situation of motor handicap. So does the button maintaining command, which is asked to enter an echo. That's why we've decided to have a button remapping option and a setting allowing the player to choose between a toggle and a maintain mode. Next, in order to allow people suffering from various discriminatory troubles, a symbol system will be implemented to represent important information for the gameplay, such as elements assigned to chants. So now we in the visual impairments. And still in that topic, we took the decision to provide customizable textual information. Players will be able to customize the size of the text, plus the color of text and background, independently, of course. And now we're going to go to the audition troubles with the question about the playability of the game without sounds. It will actually not meet a certain answer until we can do some tests. But we can yet make sure that multiple sensorial channels are used for the display of signs and feedback. Providing a way to customize music, voice, and sound effects should help us make the game more playable for the public cited earlier. And to finish with these accessibility features, we will implement a way for the narrative plot to be consultable at any moment. In complement of the chapter division, it will help the storyline to be more easily understood. Concerning the gameplay, a system of clues being displayed after a certain amount of time should be implemented to help the challenge to be not too hard, even if yet the intention is to put challenge in the lowest possible setting. For now, I'll pass the microphone to Antoine. Antoine, it's your turn.
Thank you, Valentin. So now, to conclude our presentation of Echoes of the Sky, I propose you to have a quick overview of our production progress. We started by time dedicated to research in order to have a game that would represent the intention and the ambition of our team regarding the time frame that we have for our vertical slice. Right now, we are building the foundation of our game with the gray boxing, the modular environment assets, and the modelization of our first character. In roughly a month, we'll switch to the publishing part of our game and to the tasks that need previous production, such as the animation or the playtesting by external members. If we keep our rhythm of production that we have right now, we would need a total of a year to realize completely our project with the 6 chapters that we presented to you before. With the external help that we will need for the animation and marketing, our total production cost will roughly be around 500,000 euros, which position us between a AAA model and a AA one, where we would need to sell 40,000 copies of a game on our own and 70,000 with the help of a publisher. Gameplay-wise, our originality lies in the fact that our game is a mix of exploration, platforming, and rhythm, and we are working hard to keep this real opportunity in terms of player experience. Be ready for Echoes of the Sky experience where you sing to transform your environment around you, where you feel the good vibe of a vibrant and colorful world, and where you enjoy a poetic and fulfilling story with powerful characters. This was a presentation of Echoes of the Sky. We really thank you for your attention, and we are now looking forward to answer to your questions.
Thank you and congratulations to the team Echo of the Sky. Do you have questions? As said, you can write down your question in Question Talk Alpha.
We have a question in the audience, so I'll pass the mic to
the audience. Okay.
Yeah, so hello. Fanny again from Balro Game Studio. First, how do you recognize which symbol will and how it will change the asset? Do you have to memorize them like the fountain has always only one symbol for it or something like that?
So yeah, for this issue, we worked on specific patterns because our game is based on Indian culture, so there's a lot of patterns everywhere. And for every interactable assets, we are working on specific patterns that will be placed on each interactable asset depending on their elements. So they will be a water, an air, and a rock pattern that you will be able to recognize on every object you will encounter. And so when you will have learned the chant, you will be able to recognize that on a new element, on a new asset, sorry, and be able to know what to do.
Okay, good idea.
You received a lot of applause in the question channel. And the question, how will you try to give a feeling of a true song, not artificial, for the singing mechanics?
Can you repeat, please?
How will
we got the question.
Okay.
Okay, about this aspect of true song. When you spread your echo, the main aspect for the sound is to bring the good feedback of which element it is. But when you progress in your puzzle, you can listen the voice and the instruments associated to the elements. But the true song, like you said, or the full music will be unlocked when you resolve the puzzle, and all the elements, all the instruments will make the music of the level, the music of the puzzle that you unlock. The actual aspect is the transition between each element. You need a rhythmic in our transition, so we will see how we had this rhythmic aspect, and we don't know yet exactly the time between each element, and it will be the main focus for the next sprint.
I do have a question too. How does the camera rocks when you're wall jumping? How does it work? Is it going to be like turning?
When the camera reaches a wall, we have a collision sphere that avoid having weird camera issues like getting into the wall. So normally, if the character goes into a wall and move the camera to it, the camera should zoom out.
Is there other questions or comments? I'm just waiting to see if there's some reactions on the channel.
What do you plan to do if you don't want to have a symbol during in the pattern? Is it even possible? I don't remember. If I don't want, I want to have a gap between earth and water, for example.
Yeah, there's a specific void on the radius UI you can use. So if you don't want to, if you want to have a pause in the music, you just have to keep holding A to record the echo and not moving the joystick to not having any element at all.
Okay, so the joystick doesn't have to be on the middle to be like neutral.
Yes, it has to be on the middle to be neutral, at least at the beginning of the game, because after that, at the end, you unlock the void chant, which is literally the no input, and make a twist in the gimmick.
Cool. And nice work, guys. You are so advanced. It's very great.
Thank you.
There's a question on the channel. Will there be? Okay.
Yeah, you can read it. Sorry.
Okay. Will there be an in-game sandbox to try and compose or create your own music using the different echoes outside of the level, for example?
So there will not be a specific sandbox, but the idea of the echo mechanic is to be toy-like. So even if you don't have a puzzle to resolve, you can still use the echo outside of it just to enjoy the mix between the elements. So no specific sandbox, but the whole game allows you to play with it whenever you want, even if it's not required for a specific puzzle.
Thank you for the answer. Have you seen the game Attune from the P14? And there's a P14.
Personally, I have seen it. I know what it is. It is not one of our references because it is more post-apocalyptic. Our game is more based on a still living society. But yeah, we can see a lot of common points with them.
Other comments or questions? No other questions or comments in the audience or in the amphitheater as well? If there's no other comments or questions directly here, I will invite you also to exchange directly with the teams in the dedicated channel. The other teams of this morning will be available as well. So if you want to keep asking them questions during the day, it's possible. And as said, it will be also possible during the week to exchange with the team, mostly at lunch times. So you will have 3 hours to exchange per day with them if you want to go on with questions or comments, or for some of the teams to try their mechanics, try their prototypes. So maybe we can, if there's no other direct questions now, thanks once again, Echo of the Sky. Congrats to you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah,
Just
thank you.
li-
Even if we don't hear
Thank you.
your applause, we can see it on the channel with the reaction. So thank you very much.
Yeah, you got plenty of them. So congrats to all the team for this morning. So we've seen 3 of the 6 games today. We will have the 3 other presentation in the afternoon. It will start again at 2. And I remind you also that we have at the end of the day at 5 a presentation of the nano project made by the first year students of this master at Enjmin, and they're gonna offer you the opportunity to test their game, the game they've made for 1 month. You have all the presentations, explanation in the channel which is dedicated to the Nano project. You will find at the bottom of the channel list. And there they explain how to prepare to use Parsec with the tool used to test the games. But we can explain that a little later. Once again, congratulations to the students for this morning. Thank you for the very clear and illustrated presentation. And keep going with the question and exchange with them. They would be delighted to keep exchanging with you, the audience. So thank you for following us this morning. Congratulations, and see you again at 2 for the 3 remaining projects and the nano projects. Thank you.
Bye.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this damn place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Je suis tout près.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
closes with floor. Whoosh, a huge wave. Splash, splash, then drowns me.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken links. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Vous êtes la première personne. Je suis tout près de vous.
L'information, c'est exactement le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
to my millionaire, and even more. The day of the fruiting, we're kissing with glasses with flour. Whoosh, a huge wave, splash, splash, then drowns me.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Grenette. Vous êtes la première personne. Je suis tout près de vous.
informations exactement. Le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
Kissing with closes with flour. Whoosh, a huge wave. Splash, splash, then drowns me.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We have lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Vous êtes la première personne. Je suis tout près de vous.
L'information s'examine. Le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Je suis tout près de vous.
Le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? reconnais pas. Grenette. Vous êtes la première personne à la Je suis tout près de vous.
Le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
even more. The day of the fruiting, we're kissing with glosses with flour. Whoosh, a huge wave, splash, splash, they drowned me.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Cornette. Vous êtes la première personne. Je suis tout près de vous.
Si on vient dire que l'information c'est le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken things. Bring life to this damn place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Grenette. Vous êtes la première personne. Je suis tout près de vous.
Information sans le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year. We chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
Hi again. So we are back in the amphitheater to listen to the three remaining groups for the M2 project, and that will be followed by the Nano project. So let's welcome the first group of this afternoon, the fifth interaction.
Far away in the grey desert of Solace,
the distant temples, dark monoliths with unbridled tears, welcome me with perspiration. They await. This is the first step frozen in the ashen sand. My arrival.
During an interview about immersive sims in 2017, Rafael Constantino, co-founder of Arcane Studio, defines games as more than games. Experiences. There are places where we put the players in engaging simulations. They are worlds with their coordinates and with their own rules and logic that the player has to interpret and test for the meaning to be revealed. This very definition of the games is what we want to follow and stuck to in the team of the fifth interaction. So let's talk a little bit about the script and the identity of our game. It's a cosmical parkour game set in a Metroid-like structure. It's a solo adventure set in first person for space and platform lovers, and is meant to be released on consoles and PC and last from 10 to 15 hours. In 2050, the cult rises up without any warning. Its followers believe in the arrival of what they call the Hierophants, unknown entities, either aliens or gods, and the followers, fanatics and killers, announce they're coming from far away to Earth. Their goals are yet unknown. Centuries have passed since their last exactions. Their year is now 3049. After being missing for centuries, the subject named Cassandra, a former lieutenant of the cult, obeying blindly to what she thinks to be the Hierophants, receives a set of strange coordinates along with distress signals. It is time. After many attempts to avoid the confrontation, she decides to follow those coordinates. The universe of the fifth interaction revolves around three main entities: Solace, Cassandra, and the child.
First, Solace. It's the name of the planet where Cassandra's journey will take place. It's a mystical entity with mineral aspects, yet it's moving and alive as an organism. The surface is desertic and produces monumental temples, which are dark monoliths that the player will have to explore. The depth of the planet presents space and time aberration, geoactivity, and outworldly entities.
As far as it is desertic, the planet displays a diversity of mineral environments. What you can see here are some examples of Yulen's research on texturing for the rocks and stones that compose the planet from the surface to its deepest places. Here, you can find some tests he made on ZBrush to sculpt some rocks and test how the models will get along with the textures, here with classic rocks, for example, and here with a more strange and organic one.
As we said, the planet is producing monolithic temples. Each one will have its own identity. Here you can find some tests. They can be either smooth or brute, depending on the monolith. And here some essays on our early models of monoliths.
Solace is an alien entity, a problematic place oscillating between realities. It is not a place where life as we know can be found. That's why we are looking for giving it a true identity, both in visuals and sounds, along with the rules governing the planet. Here, you can see the atmosphere of the planet, the colorimetry we choose, and along with Elise, we are looking for structured, minimalist, and rather dark places, as you can see. And you will hear soon the work that Thomas is doing on the musical atmosphere of the planet. This is this very atmosphere set in soundscape and abstract sounds that will follow the character through her exploration. Let's talk about her. Cassandra, she's our character. Very few is known about her. Even her name seems to be a code name given by the Observatory, an organization that followed tracks of the cult for decades. It seems that she has done many crimes in the past, from robbery to killings for the cult. But her motives on the planet are quite obscure. What is for sure for us is that she has something to settle on this planet, something that is linked to the Hierophants and the temples. The player will have to learn more about her as they will play through the game in terms of inner conflict and goals.
And after some research concerning the suit, we decided to go in this direction. For the texture of the suit, we are looking for something that is both resistant and flexible. That's why there is metallic parts and carbony textiles. As we are in first person, it will be very important to hear the motion of the body inside the suit using various folays. There are other elements we have to hear, like thrusters, and we want them to sound very credible. You can also see some of our research for the face of the character, and during the trailer you have heard a sample of her voice. Here you can see Cassandra getting in shape. We needed to make the full body to get the proportion of the character. She is muscular and well trained. For the next week, Elise will focus on her hands and legs for the vertical slice to have a full array of vivid animations. Cassandra is rather lonely on her journey, but she is using a strange tool to overcome the obstacles she will encounter. The quintessence is an alien artifact stuck in her left hand. It's more mystical than magical, and we want it to be like a symbiote. It's a sort of a parasite that lives thanks to Cassandra's life and blood. That's why we call it the child, because of its strange relationship with the mother. You can see some research. We are looking for shifting object and stable and ominous. And here's some research in terms of shader and VFX. You can also hear a sample, thank you. A sample of the audio identity of the artifact.
Here are some other examples of shaders and VFX we tried in the engine. We are thinking about putting the quintessence in a cage, so that might be the one. But let's get straight into the game design and the general ideas we have for now. As you may have guessed, our main references are immersive sims from Arcane, parkour games like Ghost Runner and Mirror's Edge, Metroid games, and exploration games with strong atmosphere. The general design of the game takes a lot from the Metroidvania genre. We want the player to go through their journey by progressively unlocking the temples of the planet. For this, they will have to explore the temples, find and use new quintessence powers to open new areas. New areas that are more and more difficult and harsh to go through. By overcoming those challenges, they will finally reach the heart of the planet. The temples are ominous places that Cassandra explores to recharge the child. For this, she will have to explore through their wide hallways and maze-like corridors where gravity can shift without warning, and find what we call the Dirac chamber of the temple in its core. There, she will get new abilities that allows her to gain access to other temples. This system, allows us to explore different environments that only a planet can offer. The rhythm of the game is oscillating between exploration and parkour, giving a way to a sense of wonder before dropping it right after to provoke vertigo and anguish due to the great distances, the voids we have to parkour. It is demanding for the player, and thus we needed to find a dynamic save system that mixes both the save rooms of the Metroid genre, as we know it, and a checkpoint system that relies on the quintessence to work. But for now, let's get deeper into the gameplay. How do we get through those temples? Well, there are two main systems in the game.
First, the basic moveset of the character. And for the running mechanics, the longer the player maintains the joystick and the faster you get. The player can also use booster to go even faster. It's the same logic for the jump. The longer you maintain the input, the higher you get. You can also do a wall run for short distances, and wall jumps. In zero gravity area, the player can use air piston for precise movement and thrusters to traverse further distances, but relies on resource.
Let's take a look to how zero-G works in the engine. Our programmers, Mathieu and Alois, rebuilt the physics of Unreal to make it very specific to our game. In it, zero-G areas are volumes. We can put wherever we want, with any size we want. And we can also put massive objects within those areas that can both kill the player, like black holes, or influence the trajectory of a jump, for example, to make them lose control over the character. The logic of the world is very specific. You can find black holes within a temple, which seems completely impossible, of course, and then strange and mortal, as you have nowhere to be safe. As level and game designers, we can use a tool made to calculate the trajectory of the character controller, depending on its place, its velocity, and the situation. Let's take a look through the player's point of view. So this is an early prototype, so of course it will evolve through time. And as you will see on the video, light blue areas are zero-G areas. Once you are in zero-G, your movements are difficult, and you are subject to inertia and massive object attractions. Here, the player didn't even jump, but the character was attracted by the massive object next to him, which influenced his trajectory.
This is when the quintessence is a necessity, to increase the mobility of the character. The quintessence is near from the left hand of the character, as you can see on this mockup, and it will give Cassandra more and more abilities through the games, like the extrusion, the power to create platforms from surfaces, the electromagnetism, power to be attracted by surfaces. It will be very helpful to counter the attraction of a black hole. And the time manipulation, the power to stop the time, to help to stop high-speed projectiles or violent gravitational streams. All these powers are dynamic, and you can use them very fast in a sequence of parkour.
We also have designed other mechanics like BHT, black holes teleportations, super dash, quantic destruction, and even a quintessence suit. We are looking for combinations between them to create emergent gameplay. But what we need for now is to prove our concepts and make a vertical slice that is shippable. About that. It will take place in one of the first temples soon after Cassandra's arrival on the planet. She is supposed to have known, or only one, maybe, quintessence power at that time. At the beginning of the demo, a shortcut scene shows you Cassandra during the exploration, but she gets attacked by something she can't see, but seems to distort space and time around her. She doesn't have any choice but run. She finds a way to escape and finally arrive in a semi-covered area of the temple that we called the canyon. This is when the player takes control with a little feeling of unease.
This is the real beginning of the demo that leads to the entrance of another area of the temple. It is quite linear in order to teach the player the basic moveset of the character. In terms of level design, you can see the scales and our work in progress.
After getting through the threshold, the player will enter the temple. It displays the first voids the player will encounter. The geometrical and monumental walls of stones will be more challenging for the player, and rather than overcoming one obstacle at a time, they will have to get through sequences of different obstacles before getting, of course, in the Dirac's chamber. There, the player will get the electromagnetism that will be useful to get to places they couldn't reach during the first playthrough. But as they will be on their way back, the entity that attacked Cassandra in the beginning will get at them ferociously. The player will then have to escape from it as fast as possible using the mechanics they learned in an emergency and very tense situation. So I cut through this to talk about the marketing of the game. Just for you to know, we have two people sick in the team. So our lead level designer, Fanny, and our manager, Nicolas. So, yes. Concerning the segmentation of the game, we are aiming to release the game on all platforms because we don't want to discriminate our public in terms of platforms. That's why we are aiming to all of them, knowing the issues that can cause in terms of optimization for each different hardware. So maybe that would be wise to defer the launch from a platform to another. Concerning the genre, putting ourselves in the tracks of great games like the Archon ones and Metroid will be a key selling point, we think, while the mix between them will be our unique selling point. Our core target are both core and hardcore gamers because of the skill needed, of course, but also because of their potential knowledge of the historical genres we are fond of, so they will understand our intentions. And the PEGI 16 means that we are aiming for mature players that can overcome frustration and are interested in deep scenarios and topics like death, motherhood, body consumption, and so on. It locates us in the mature side of the industry. In terms of positioning, the game is at the crossroad between fast-paced parkour game and atmospherical exploration. For the SWOT analysis, we think that our main strength is our team. She is very devoted and passionate, and the key selling point of our game, of course. While our main weaknesses are the different challenges the game will confront us to, and its big scope, mainly. But we have many opportunities that encourage us, like the wish to break boundaries between two kinds of players, and the research the game could carry in terms of design, meaning, and accessibility. Talking about accessibility, it is one of the threats we picked up among the workload and the lockdown situation, as the game might be a niche game, a niche genre, that should be so not because of its lack in terms of accessibility and motion sickness issues, of course, but because of its genre, its lore, and its game design. That's why we decided to make, and we are still doing, research on the VIMS, so visual induced motion sickness, along with Aurélien, our UX designer, and accessibility with both Aurélien and Thomas, who are really into this topic. We are very pleased to have presented you our game. So if you need any, oh, excuse me, I was, okay, it's a misunderstanding. So thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you and congratulations for this presentation. For the audience, you can ask your question on the channel Question Talk Alpha. So far, I don't see any, but people are writing down. So we're gonna wait for that. So first question, do you intend to implement an history to the game, or is it just full gameplay?
In terms of lore, it's still a work in progress. We want to avoid classical topics of the narration of this kind. So we are making some research on it. And of course, there will be some voice acting in the game, in the demo. So we want to explore more about the character, who she is, what she has done. And we want a great history for the game, but it will take time. We want to take the time for that, even if it's not completely implemented in the vertical slice. So yeah, there will be dialogues in the game, in the vertical slice.
Thank you. There's a lot of applause and reaction, very very good welcome from the audience to your presentation.
Thank you very much.
So if you want to ask directly question to the team, you have to indicate it so it's possible to let you talk directly even on that channel. You have to ask for it. I see maybe another reaction or question. I'm just waiting to see the question or comments. While waiting for the questions or comments, I just wanted to say to the whole audience that we are sorry for the poor quality of the sound sometimes through Discord. So just know that all the teams share their elements directly on the other channels, so you can have a better experience of the sound, especially, and the music that has been developed. People are writing, but nothing comes up. Oh, yes. So the game seems interesting. I hope you'll be able to finish it and have success. So it was the comment of Jules Sarton de Jonclay, who was the first asking question. Another question: why did you choose to have a game with this duration? Is it to do like other games of the same genre?
The duration of the game is arbitrary. We didn't think over it too much, so we don't know.
You have congratulations for the trailer. Which you can see again on the channel, on the dedicated channel. Another question from Hugo. Will you implement the hands of the character for the vertical slice?
So yes, we will. We are working on it. As you already saw, the model is evolving, and we will focus on the hands and the legs of the character. We are intending to include both in the vertical slice, and that's why we called for an animator for the game. And we have one. Yeah. So it will be done.
So Hugo just add a comment saying that it's a lot of work for a first-person camera.
Yeah, and we know you are very experimented in that topic, so maybe we call you.
Yeah. Is implementing the physics inside a game engine like Unreal difficult?
So it was way easier to implement our own physics than to use the one that was already inside Unreal. For one major reason, Unreal doesn't allow to have another direction for the gravity than straight to the ground. So for a game when we want to have gravity that revolves around a sphere or a plane that isn't straight, we couldn't use it. So we worked a lot with Matthew on how to change it, how to use it. And it's now that Matthew finished the tool, it's way more easier for our game designer and especially Fanny to use it and to have something that works like we want to do. And at the same time, we want to use it in the quintessence for some of the power that you will see in the near future.
Great teasing. So I don't know if you have other questions or comments. You will see the reaction on the channel. Oh, yes, another question is coming or comment. Okay. I thought another question or comment I was gonna come. Yes, maybe I missed this part, but as there is no air, there is no sound, right? So what is your choice on that point? This is from Guéric Chabrouille.
So this is a deliberate decision on our part because there are a few different factors. One of them is our planet has 0G areas, but the planet has a low atmosphere. So we think that that's a way for us to justify having some sounds. And the other big reason, of course, is we don't intend on being realistic in our simulation of the space and the physics. So for many reasons, we want to hear diegetic sounds, but we will do a lot of work on the mixing to muffle the sound when it is outside of the suit and when it is in a 0G or not, so that we can emphasize that it is not a normal atmosphere.
Thank you. If there's no more question right here, I will invite you, as I did for the other groups, to go and ask a question and exchange more directly with the teams in the dedicated channel on the Discord server. So let's let you have this direct exchange with the TIFF's interaction team. And before that, just congratulations to the team once again. So a round of applause to you, even if I can't be very soundly. Clap, clap, clap to everybody. Thank you. And so you will have about 20 minutes to keep discussing with them. And we can see each other again on that channel at 3 for the next team, which is the brittle ones. So talk to you later and congrats.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numb place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez.
Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Cornette. Vous êtes la première personne. Je suis tout près de vous.
Le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relic, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
Kissing with glouses with flour. Whoosh, a huge wave. Splash, splash, then drowns me.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the...
C'est parti. Hi, here we go again with the fifth group of today for the brittle ones. Do not hesitate to ask a question on the channel while they are presenting their project, and I give them the mic.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presentation of the Brittle Ones. Our game is what we call a dodge them all, a ride and draw where you don't actually hurt your opponents directly. Instead, you let them destroy themselves from their own violence. You see, the Brittle Ones takes place in a very fragile world, mostly made of porcelain. Attacking breaks everything into pieces, including the attacker himself. You will have to find a new way to beat your enemies if you don't want to get broken. Thankfully, your character is very agile. You are a Kaolin master who've been trained to dodge in all sorts of ways. Each one of your acrobatic moves is controlled and mastered to perfection. The porcelain world is very unforgiving of mistakes. A wrong move can crack your body or even break it entirely. Only the purest gold can fix these cracks. As a player, you have several dodge inputs at your disposal. You can jump, crouch, and dash. The direction of this dodge is then defined with the joystick. The last option is the most dangerous one, the punch input. It is a desperation move that has to be charged by keeping the input pressed long enough. It exists to test the player's patience, but will not be necessary most of the time, and will be quite punitive. As for the camera, it adapts depending on the gameplay phase. During exploration, it follows behind the character as a classic TPS. But when you enter combat, it stays directed toward one direction and only move when the player gets toward the camera borders or too far in the distance. The camera is generally quite close to the character to better showcase the quality of his gesture, but it can get more distant and inclined when a lot of enemies are around. To make it more dynamic, the camera always points toward the middle point between the player and enemies that are about to attack. You always know the threat that is coming to you. So here's a small glimpse of how it currently looks like. This is still a work in progress, but it should help you imagine how dynamic it will be in the future. So you probably notice our level design in the background. Note that some part of it will be breakable and by smashing enemies into it. So it is something very important for gameplay as you need to break enemies right into the assets if you want to destroy them. And if you create an asset that is unbreakable, you can easily lead some strategies of the player not actually moving anywhere in the arena, which is absolutely not what you want. So we have several ways to deal with that, including some assets that break very easily and a structure that is very circular in general, that leads the player to have situations where he is more easily cornered into a certain place and incentivize him to go actually more in the middle of the space and not just go right to the borders. There is always a bit of adaptability of the difficulty that depends on the enemies, and I think Pierre-Henri will play better on the combat mechanic to tell you that.
Thank you.
So the combat phase is meant to provide a tight gameplay. Both timing and distance estimation are key to master the game. The player needs to stay aware at any time of the force present in the arena and anticipate the next stage of the battles, the next moment. He also needs to pay attention to its surrounding, as they are deadly for both the player and its enemy. Our second focus point is the pacing of the encounters. We want the danger to be steady, and with leaving very few moments of respite for the players. So that is always under pressure. In addition to this basic gameplay, we would like to have additional extra mechanics that would encompass destruction, the destruction of the environment's ability to affect the ongoing of the battle, and also having knob action reaction, where enemies can collide on multiple obstacles just from one initial shock. About the narrative structure, as the player makes progress through the game, he or she will do a series of encounters with other porcelain beings and with a recurring unknown voice. These encounters will bring a gradual understanding of what is happening to the porcelain world. And at the very end, at the conclusion of the story, the player will find out the bottom line of the event and unravel the mystery. And he will, or she will also learn a lesson about him or herself. And now about what we will place, where we will place the vertical slice. First, one thing we know is that we want to showcase the combat phase before any other aspects. Even if we could end on our short narrative or exploration phase. Second, we want it to be set in a late stage of the game to give the player a wider scope of the gameplay we intend to provide him, with enemy patterns and environment variety. About the difficulty, as I've said before, the final game is meant to have a tight gameplay, and it's not a problem if there is frustration, since it might be a strong drive for the player to discover the game. But for the time of a vertical slice, it might be not suitable, and we will lower the difficulty in comparison to what we intend in the final game. This way, both the player with low skill would be able to go through the full experience, while skilled players will have the possibility, nonetheless, to show off. But to confirm all these choices about the vertical slice, we first need to set up a functional prototype. And now I will let Youssef tell you more about the artistic direction.
Hello. So about our artistic direction, we wanted to go further than our everyday conception of the porcelain and play around different shapes, structures and patterns, like we could recognize in contemporary pieces of porcelain. This is why we took inspiration from different art mediums, architectures like Le Corbusier or Wright, sculptures with Yi Song-Yung and his usage of gold in his porcelain pieces, with a desire to go for more geometrical shapes and abstract visual to create to succeed in creating a unique environment. Our architecture is mainly based on geometrical patterns. They tend to evoke porcelain shards. And defining patterns allowed us to put visual consistency and unity at the forefront. We did a lot of quick sketches, as you can see, to have a large panel of multiple architecture pieces from which we can choose at some points and try everything. As you've seen in the trailer, we started to put some elements together. Concerning our universe, it's going to be composed of mainly two materials, for now at least. We have the porcelain, which represents the fragility, but we're also going to have gold in liquid and solid forms. Liquid for
as source of healing and emissive light for the game, and a solid gold for linking structures together. One of the main aspects that we want to express through the environment is fragility. You see it like this. It looks gigantic and very big, but at the same time, it is very fragile. The foundation and the pillars need to know to understand how fragile this environment is. Throughout those last weeks, we had discussion with professional porcelain creators, and through those discussions, we understood that there is various ways of making porcelain with different results and visual and behavioral results at the end on the porcelain. So we wanted to play around that to differentiate our main character and the enemies. So our character is going to be extremely swift and agile, yet he is easily breakable. This is why we're leaning towards a more thin layered look, lean, and overall lean. We're still progressing on that front. Those textures are not final, so just progressing. He's supposed to have very fluid and smooth movements for the sake of the dodge 'em all game feel. And we're adding a little bit of sliding at the end of the animation just so that the movement doesn't seem to rough on him at some moments. And this is like a compromise we found between acrobatic dodges and breakable aspect. Concerning the enemies, we plan to have a more heavy approach. Like we plan to have them more heavy, cold, and have a rigid look on them. They will be based on a more earthly porcelain that is less glossy and less reflective of the world around it. We plan to go more free on the shapes and types, so having them more shaped towards violence with some sharp edges. And being heavier and a bit clunkier in their movements will help, will make so that their actions and behavior will be a lot more predictable for the player. That's it with our direction.
Thank you. So first I will show you 2 videos with sound. So, as you can hear, I made many sounds for the footstep of the character, and also for the breaking part of the character. And with the help of Pierre-Henri, we work on a procedural sound for the breaking part of our character. Is in the first video. We work on it for like 3 days now, and this morning it worked finally. So we are really, really proud of it. And this will be a big part of the juiciness in our game, because everything will be just exploding around, and you can hear everything exploding around you. So it will be amazing. And for the audio feedback and musical direction, I wait for the. Thank you. Our player need feedback in our game, and for that I make different sounds for our enemy, like when they see us and when they attack us. I'm going to test many things, because now it don't work totally. The detection sound is really impactful, but not the attack. And for the music direction, we made the decision to ask outside composer, mainly in our school, for help for the music. You can heard the music of Laurent in our trailer, and I will just have a lot of work to ensure consistency among all artists, but I think it's going to be fine. And I will let Jade talk about the marketing part.
So about the marketing part, so we first assessed the target's motivation. We used the Quantic Foundry study of 2020 to assess our target's motivation. So we can see here that our target is mainly interested by mastering challenging mechanics and a fast-paced, juicy gameplay with an ability for destruction and mayhem. Starting from this motivation, the study gave us two personas. So the main target persona is named the Acrobat. He's a solo player, a solo gamer who likes difficult gameplay and mastering original mechanics. He's mainly introverted, he's conscientious and wants to be great in what he does. The games he play, this persona plays tends to be indie games with original mechanics that are hard to master. He's mainly interested in difficulty and showing off his ability over time. For the secondary target persona, so he's named the Bounty Hunter. He's also a solo player, but he's more into juiciness and exploring the game world. He's mainly extroverted and open to experience, but he's not so interested in a hard difficulty and mechanics mastery. This target is more interested in AAA games like Assassin's Creed, God of War, or Ghost of Tsushima. So he's different from the first one, but we can see here that the two have similar games that they are interested in similar games like Dark Souls or Hades. So we think that we have to focus more on what the customers of these two games like to better communicate about our game. So about the branding, deducing what we have found from this study, we may axe our communication on epic combat scene for two reasons. The first reason is that most of the games sold are action games. Like there's much more action games that are sold than adventure games. And the second reason is that our personas are more interested in combat and destruction. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and congrats for this presentation. So if the audience has question, I think the first reaction are gonna come on the question talk alpha. A round of applause is starting. Thanks to Hugo. Do you have questions or comments? So first question from Antonin Terrien. Can you give us a bit more detail on the procedural generation of the breaking sounds?
From my part, it's more simple, but from the code, I don't know. It seems complicated, but from my part, it's just you have many sound, breaking porcelain sound, and in Wise, I have switch and RTPC, and in the code, Pierre-Henri sends me the size and the speed of each of each debris, and I just take this and choose and modify the sound in ways. But if you want to explain the code part.
Yeah, that's when the character falls into pieces, is like its model is translated to a procedural mesh, and then the mesh is sliced. So every piece, mass and volume and speed is known to the engine. So that's what I send to Lion's Wise. So and she tweaks the sound accordingly to do these parameters.
Thank you for the details. So you have a first comment for saying that the artistic direction is amazing. And some other questions are coming, I
Thank you.
guess. I'm just waiting for the questions to come or the comments. So question from Hugo. Maybe he missed that part, but have you made performance test considering all the pieces that would scatter in the game in the final version?
No, we didn't have the opportunity to test this, but we have like values we can tweak. Like if it's too process demanding for the engine to process all these meshes, we can reduce the level of details of the models when we slice them. That could, we have many ways to treat this problem if it show up.
Okay, thank you. Another question from Jeremy. In a classical hack and slash, we can find a lot of different weapon character with different play style. How will you manage to offer variety in your game? Did you hear the question? Yeah.
Test? Okay. That's definitely an issue for us. Like, we can't produce more weapons, obviously, since the game is centered about dodging. So all the diversity would go with the characters, with the enemies. That would always demand another type of strategy. So we will not produce too much enemies for the vertical slice, but we do intend to make some diverse enemies and diverse places with different types of destruction to make it more different. Like the most basic difference from an enemy would be the kind of attack they will do. Like imagine there is an enemy that has very big leg. You know he will attack with his lower body. Then you can have stronger enemies that have, for instance, golden parts attached to them, so they can attack and they do not break to the walls. So you need to bring another enemy to them, and there are so possible more complex enemies pattern that we can develop. We will probably not do it for this one, but this is possible. Like imagine there is a big ball that is produced and you have to run around and make sure it destroys its own creator or things like that. So yeah, that's definitely an issue we consider, and we will think about it.
Thank you for these answers. I see some people keep writing, so we're gonna wait a bit for the questions.
don't hesitate to ask your question. Like we have a lot of time, really.
Yeah, yeah,
You shouldn't
that's
be
right.
afraid of that.
Yes. So a question from Jules Sarton de Jonchet. What's your main inspiration for this game?
That's a broad question. I would say porcelain, but that's an easy answer. But do you mean a game inspiration or any something else?
You can answer widely if you want. Maybe game references as well. Yeah.
Okay. We started with like hack and slash and beat them up game inspiration. But as we goes on with the development, like since it's more avoiding than battling and beating your opponents, maybe it could be closer to some games like shoot them up when you avoid bullets and so on. A game with a lot of avoidance, but it's not. That wasn't the original inspiration. The original inspiration was just to have like an ironic meeting between one genre and one theme that couldn't match at first.
Yeah, definitely some of the inspirations came later in the development when we saw some mechanics and understood them better. And for the camera, I would say the main inspiration for now would be Bayonetta, as well as Nier Automata. And for the mechanic, we actually look a lot of things, even some weird games about bullfighters, to see how they would manage the game. Because it's actually all the game is played. Yeah, you just dodge things that are coming to you. Okay, for the next question, what do you think about slow motion? It's usually cool with fragmentation and dodges. That's also something we intend to do because the game can be very difficult and we are conscious of this. And slow motion is an easy way to keep the very pleasing aspect of the animation, to render the fantasy of you being very master that dodges hits by a very short margin. And yes, we really intend, we already intend to do slow motion and have the game slow down and zoom in when you are about to take a hit for you to react in time and feel like still be able to manage better the difficulty of the game globally. We still have to look how it will be visually and still interesting, because it's easy to make a slow motion that looks very weird and doesn't have that as much satisfaction as we would intend to do. But so far, we like what we got with those maze slicing. We are very positive about it right now.
I'll just add that slow motion really could be a great idea for all that Mark said, but we have to be careful about the pacing if it does not impair the pacing of the game. But we'll test that in time.
Thank you for these answers. Yes, as Alois writing as well. So as hack and slash and Musu games are more often driven by the player, choosing when to attack and control the flow of the game, aren't you worried that the player will be frustrated by the fact that he has to wait for the enemy to attack to kill them, hence having no control of the rhythm of it? Sorry for the way I read it. Did you get it?
Thanks, Alois. So I think there is many ways to answer this question. In fact, since we couldn't test yet, that would be only imaginary solution, but let's try it. So first, the numbers of the enemy would on the battle will mean the player has always something to think of, to a situation to observe. And we would work also on the speed of the enemy, so that either the speed and the fact that the enemy recognizes quickly the player and goes to him in a straight line and doesn't lose time on it. But that's why we want to have a fast-paced game, so that's towards where we're going.
Yeah, globally, I think the game would be very, very active, very dynamic, and you wouldn't have time to feel like you're waiting for the enemy to attack and he's just here, and you just wait in the good axis, you do nothing. That wouldn't last very long, and so you can dodge right away. That is more. There is a little bit of anticipation, but a lot of it is reflex. Okay, next question. How about the chain elimination in slow motion, like /dash, like in Ghost Runner, to add a feeling of speed and control of the world?
We thought about chain elimination, like two kinds of chain elimination. One for the player if he make a double dodge or whatever combos of dodge, but we didn't think much of it and we couldn't try out our ideas. And there's also what we've talked about during the slide about the command phase. The fact that enemies could be chain eliminated, but only from their own mistakes. Like since they have a knockback, like on the wall where they collide one to each other, they are pushed back, and that can bring a new collision with another enemies. That could do a juicy chain of destruction, but that's not related to the move of the player, more in the position issues, the tactical where he places himself.
Let's see if Jules has other elements to say. Thank you for the answer. And I think Alois is...
Yeah, I have a question, but I will do it. I'll talk about it.
Okay.
To bounce on the answer you gave me about the flow of the game, if you increase the number of enemy and the range at which they detect the player and at which they start attacking him, aren't you scared about the artificial intelligence side of the thing? Because the more enemies, the more weird occasion and weird behavior you will have to handle. And did you think about it? Have you think about it, and how do you think about managing it?
Do you want to answer?
For the numbers of enemy, we plan to have a kind of crowd behavior that to ensure that they won't all attack at the same time and don't have, like you said, weird behaviors also. Like if there's two enemy in line with the player, that if the farthest attack in first just destroyed the first one, and we will plan to have an extra layer of AI to ensure that this kind of behavior don't happen.
And just to add one thing, it's not that much of a problem in this game if the enemies just stay in a circle around the player, because the more enemies you have around you, the harder it gets to dodge. So you don't actually want to have too much enemies, or else you will die no matter what happens. So that's something you have to consider as a player. So I hope this would help a little to avoid the effect of weird AI due to too much enemies around.
Thank you. I don't see other questions or comments coming. Do you have in the amphitheater?
Well, if no one has more question, I would like to thank you for listening and have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations to all the team. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, congrats coming also from the Discord. If you want to go on and discuss more directly with the team, as said, there's a channel dedicated to the team, to the brittle ones. The other teams are still available as well. So if you want to go on and discuss with the team, give feedbacks or deepen some of the exchange we already had, feel free to do so. You're welcome to do so. And as said also during this day, in the following days at lunchtime, you will have also time to exchange with the team, to keep get in touch with them and talk about the projects and their work. So do not hesitate to come and join them. So for the moment being, again, congrats to the team. A round of applause to you. And we will see each other for the fixed project of this afternoon. So the last one for the M2 project, the Eldritch Funk, which will come at 4. So see you there. And thanks for listening so far.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? vous reconnais pas. Grenette.
Le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the Metronomicon.
Nouvelle fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken ones. Bring life to this numbed place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Je suis tout près de vous.
Le système du contrôle.
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
it seems we are back on the stream. This will be the last project that will be streamed on YouTube for the rest of the day after this project, this last project for the M2 projects. We're gonna be back only on Discord, just a warning. So for the nano projects and the tests, it will be only on Discord. But now let's hear the last M2 projects of the day, and let's welcome the Eldritch Funk project.
This vinyl. I love this band. So fucking weird. Picture it. It was the 70s. They made a few hits. They were produced by a big name, living in his big ass house. But one day, they all vanished. Just like this. Gone. No one ever figured out what happened.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Eldritch Funk presentation, a mystery exploration game set in the 1970s. The Eldritch Funk is a first-person exploration game which will be released on PC and consoles, and which is built upon three main pillars that we will be exploring through this presentation. So the first one is exploration, then we will move on to mystery, and we will end with an alternate 1970s era. How about we talk a bit about the story? It all starts with an interview. So you are an investigative journalist who comes to an empty estate and to interview a famous producer, but you're alone and some weird things are going around. So you end up locked in this huge house, and you will be confronted to supernatural events and encounters, and you will understand that some things should never be meddled with. Explore the producer's estate and learn more about the characters living in it. Our story is mostly character-driven. Most of them were present until very recently, and their presence is still lingering about the house through tapes, notes, personal effects left behind. The player will get to know them even though they're not really here anymore, and maybe bring what happened to them to light. So we've got three artists, Lottie, Clive, and Dina, as well as the producer's son, Lance. All of them gravitate around the producer. Let's start with Clive. He's the drummer of the group, and he's a bit obsessed with the producer. He's the founder of the group, so he's the keeper of its soul in a sort of way. He's got a very strong temper, and his temper often gets in the way of reason. Fortunately, he's toned down by his friend Lottie, the rhythm guitarist of the group. She's quick-witted, and she's the first one onto the producer's shenanigans, and she's the first one who's going to be investigating him and following him around. And that will definitely not end well. Moving on to Dina, she's the new recruit of the group, and she brings a touch of lightheartedness in the estate. She dreams of success, and she's a bit too naive and trusting for her own sake. And that will also be her downfall. Poor Dina. She found an unexpected ally in the producer's son, Lance, who simply despises his father for just toying around with his artists. And he's really gotten sick of the music world, but that's about to change when he will be confronted to a bizarre pipe organ hidden in the estate. So as you can guess, through your investigation, you'll learn that some things between them are very complicated. For now, let's lend an ear to, I'll invite you later on to lend an ear to an audio log that you can find in the estate that might give you a better grasp on some of the characters. And it will be put on Discord if you're ever curious to know a bit more about them. I will let Alexandre speak a bit more about our second game pillar, which is mystery.
Thank you. So, our second game pillar is mystery. You're going to use your brain, your eyes, and your tools to solve the mysteries all around the estates into the Eldritch Trunk. So, we have tools. The Polaroid first, it helps you take pictures and see things you could not see otherwise. Secondly, you've got a notebook, which allows the player to know what has been going on so far in the inquiry. And the recorder, the tape recorder, it helps you record, modify sounds, as well as listening to audio logs scattered around the house. So, oh no. Solving mysteries is the main thing you will do in the Eldritch Funk. Let's try to solve one together in the game. We are going to walk through a zone test that we created in order to playtest the mechanics, the story, and the mysteries. We have sphere placeholders that replace what the player will find in the final version of the slide. Okay, so I'm not going to read. I let you read the clues for yourself, and I help you a bit later. Okay, so in Lance's room, we learned that he has problem with his father's. Fine. Oh yeah, let's take a little picture. We have a beautiful camera, and this test zone is beautiful, isn't it? It looks like Gruyere. So we can look at the picture. Let's advance a bit. Now we're going to listen to this tape. So it's not recorded yet. So I'll let you read it. Okay, so we learned that Clive fell through a wall and that there's weird statues around the estates. Okay, fine. Oh, fireplace. Picture. Gorgeous, but I preferred the previous picture. Oh, yes, I threw it away. It's fine. Oh, did I told you that you can close your eyes in the Eldritch Funk? Maybe it will help you see things in a new perspective. Look, I can wink at you. I just winked. Okay, let's go a bit up. Oh, what's this? A statue. Strange. Okay. There's multiple rooms, I guess. I'm going to go to this room. There's a There's a few clues here. Let's read them. Okay. Okay, fine. There's a weird wallpaper there, and there's a weird room. I can get in. There's wallpaper there too. There's clue. I'm sure I can get in. Hmm. Let's walk here. No door. Okay, fine. Let's go to this other room because there's actually a door there. It will be helpful. Who would make a bedroom without a door? Okay, strange walls. The wallpaper was here. Okay, so we learned that the producer popped up in Lance's room after Lance tore away the eyed wallpaper there. Lottie knew that the producer could get around in an uncanny way. And Clive fell backwards through a wall. That's strange. There's maybe a link there with the wallpaper thing. Oh, there's eye wallpaper there. What if I walk backward through it like Clive did? Oh, uncanny. Oh, I can go through, but if I fall backwards, I can. Okay, fine. I get it now. I can go backwards the eye wallpaper. Amazing. I can do that. Okay. So now that we have that, we can go further into the house. This is a knowledge key that the knowledge that we can go through wallpapers. And this is a part of the house that's not a beginning, and the player will be able to do a lot of things. Maybe go to this room there through wallpaper that is on the other side. But the only way to find out is to play the slide. The slide. Okay. Okay, so we have mysteries in the Eldritch Rank, and each mystery starts with clues scattered around the house. Those clues were the sphere in the little video you just saw. They allow the player, piece together with their intuition and luck, to crack a knowledge key. Once they've obtained the knowledge key, the player can go through multiple locks around the house. They go back to other places, because the house is built like a Metroidvania game. In the walkthrough, the mystery was built around the wallpaper, and the understanding that you can go through it when you don't see it is what we call a knowledge key. So we created an agile way of creating the estates. The game space is based on those mystery, and we have this graph that we will be able to tell you more about in the Q&A or in our Discord channel. So we have a soundscape that is adapted to create this mysterious atmosphere with from intradiegetic atmosphere to extradiegetic, strange and conceptual soundscape. We've got many cool inspirations too. For our positioning, we are positioned between reasoning and narration. Some of our inspiration are house exploration game like Tacoma and What Remains of Edith Finch, and some of our inspiration are mystery-heavy games like The Witness, Otherwise, or Obra Dinn, the Eldritch Funk is in the middle of reasoning and narration. We want a bit of both. So now I'm going to let Maggie talk to you about the 1970s.
So our third pillar is the 1970s. To give you the clearest ideas of what are the 70s designs, here you can see you can have a quick look of the mood board that's inspiring us. As we won't see any character in our slice, we choose to prioritize the environments and the materials. The 70s designs are really colorful with their distinctive shapes and recognizable patterns. So we've recreated those different patterns, but also velvet, leather, carpet, in substance designer, to help ourselves. As a player, we'll have to explore the estate. We decided that each zone will have its own color palette and specific shapes. For example, the living room will be more in orange tones, whereas the bedroom zone will have rounded shapes and purple tones. As for the music studio, it will have hexagonal shapes and brown tone. So now Chiara will talk about mysteries.
Thank you, Magali. So the 1970s were a very particular era. When we think 1970s, we think color, sexual liberation. It's very joyful. However, what we are looking for in the Eldritch Funk is opposing what we usually expect from the 1970s to a really more dark Lovecraftian events. And that creates some sort of opposition between what is rational when you arrive as a journalist and the supernatural that you will encounter. We have a strong contrast in between these two elements, and the 1970s serve as a context, and in surface and in a more deep way, you will see that there were many disturbing events that the player will have to reconstitute to get a better understanding of the timeline of events. That timeline goes as follows. First, the producer came to be in contact with a strange entity that somehow lives in the estate, but at the same time doesn't. There were artists living with him, and they spent troubled days between them, and you will realize that you can go through some wallpapers. There is a cosmic pipe organ playing at night. There are some statues that can change shape. Some corridors have no end. So it truly brings out the worst in them because they are completely lost in such a strange house. Then the player will discover that these artists, they fell one after the other. They died to these cosmic events and they were sacrificed to the entity. And really, there isn't any escape from the estate. In the end, the producer too fell to all these strange events through an event that the artists called between them the calibration, and you will have to discover what it means. So this producer, he lost his mind in pursuit of a perfect harmony, a supreme song that himself calls the Eldritch Funk. The journalist arrives after all of that really happened, so there is an uncanny feeling of knowing by advance that these people were right here just some time ago. And you feel like they're still here with you somehow. They're giving out clues about how to navigate this house of madness, when really they're not. They're gone. They've really suffered, and now they're gone, and you can't do anything for them. And I will let Laurent move on to all that is soundscape and inspiration.
Hello, everyone. So for the game, we have many movies inspiration that we can quote, like Suspiria, Under the Silver Lake, or Lost Highway for the moon and the tension. We have also movies like Phantom of the Paradise, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood for the 70s. We have also many mood board and playlists for all the music that we want to have in our game. Like many inspiration about music, we have things like the work of Tom York from Radiohead in Suspiria movies remake for the extra-digitic part, and also we have many fucking funky stuff, inspiration from soul, Japan groove, and other things. So we have two kind of music in our game. The first is the diegetic music that we use, and that is classic funk music to immerse players in 70s. And for the extra-diegetic music, in the same way of ambiances, we want that this music evolve with tension, and that every room will have its own audio atmospheres signatures. And to finish my part, we have also different audio extract if you want to listen more after.
So now let's focus on who are our players. Our target is mostly composed of adults. We're aiming on 25 to 35 years old player, but we also aim for older players like people who knew the 70s. We focused on regular players, and there will be narrative game fans, Lovecraft lovers, and indie enthusiasts. The game will be PG-16 because there will be drugs and some things that place this game in this round. About the business model, the game will be 25 euros max, according to our scope, estimated hours of gameplay. We are thinking about DLCs, and we already plan to add content little by little, listening to our community. And for the platforms, it will be available on PC, PS5, and Xbox. And we are thinking about this content launch for people who wishlist this. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Congratulations to the team for the presentation. And I'm waiting for the first question on the Question Talk Alpha channel. So first round of applause initiated by Hugo. Thanks again, Hugo. So do not hesitate if you have questions, comments. The team is here to exchange with you.
Hello, Fanny
Yes.
again from Balro Games again.
Go ahead.
So
Fanny.
I would like to ask you for the blinking with your eyes. You didn't show what we are doing with it.
So we didn't show it in the tests, but basically what you can do is with the back triggers of your controller, the trigger that can detect how deep you use them, they can detect how closed your eyes are. So you're going to have basically three states: opened eyes, squinted eyes, so it's half closed, and fully closed eyes. This is going to allow you to do funny things like winking, but also it will help you to perceive the game in another way. So there's a lot of mysteries we're going to build that are based around, for example, you close your eyes somewhere, you open your eyes, you're somewhere else. You blink to something, oh, maybe it will change it. So we're going to build a lot of those mysteries around it. A lot of it is already prototype. But we wanted to only show the yellow wallpaper mystery because that's the only one we want to advertise so that the playtest are as truthful as they can be, basically. But yeah, you're going to do a lot of things with the blinks.
And for example, for the yellow wallpaper, white wallpaper, you can close your eyes. It will work the same way as going backward, because the only thing with the mystery is you must not see the wallpaper while walking through it. So you can just close your eyes and pass.
Okay, good.
As an example, for the yellow wallpaper, in the bedroom, there's clues about going backwards into the yellow wallpaper and you can pass through it. But maybe in the music studio, there are clues. Oh, if you close your eyes and you go in front of this wallpaper, you will pass through it. So this is also a way of having multiple keys to go through a lock, and then we put it on multiple places in the house. This puts the yellow wallpaper into our golden path for the game, and we share like the player are going to get it because we want them to get it.
Thank you for the explanation. There were some other questions dealing with the eye mechanic, so it was good to explain a bit more. Another question from Ida. She asked if there will be a creature in the vertical slice.
Yes, and I will answer through the same answer, Hugo, who asks, will there be a threat? Because these two things connect to each other. So basically, you have in the entire game, you have creatures who are the artists who were transformed through various processes. There are different creatures depending on how they died. And they are not threatening. They are spooky and they are kind of ghostly. They are there sometimes, sometimes not. And they will lead you to clues depending on how you interact with them. They will not be humanoid. They're more like shapes, weird mist, things like that, depending on who it is. And in our slice, we would like to introduce Loti, one of the artists. She's the one who was onto the producer and discovered that he was doing some evil things in his basement. So she was sacrificed to the entity, and she's kind of stuck in a loop in the estate. She has the form of like a colorful Lovecraftian mist, and depending on how you interact with them, like if you put a path, a special path for her, like you turn off all the lights or things like that. We're still brainstorming on that. You will lead her to a certain point where she will reveal a new clue to you. So yes, we would like a creature in the vertical slice, but it won't be a creature like a monster. It's more like a creature, a thing, someone that is sentient and that is here after her death.
Thank you. I have another question to give you. Have you already decided the fate of every characters? Will you tease this story element in the vertical slice?
Yes, we have already decided the fate of every character. We know how each of their flows, character flows, led them to their end. They all ended up in different ways and because of different reasons. And we will tease them in the vertical slice. We will get to know a bit of their own lives and how they interacted with the mansion. We won't be able to tell everything that we have in mind for them because it's a slice. So if I tell everything in the slice, then there is no entire game. But yeah, We will know more than anything the fate of Loti, because she's the one at the center of the slice, but that's it.
Thank you. I'm waiting for other questions.
Yes, I asked a question.
Like, to be clear, only one paper per every room, right?
It won't be only paper. Like here it's papers because it's oh, are you talking about the wallpaper or the notes you find? Are you talking about like
The wallpapers that you go like with your back to figure it out, the
oh
puzzle.
so no, there could be multiple wallpapers. 1970s they did some crazy things in those time, but I'm going to give I thought it was about the clues, so I'm going to give it to the graphs.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the questions?
Like every room has only one paper and the rest of the room is just a color?
No, there's other wallpaper, as we talk about the patterns, but only the eye wallpaper will be specific and will be linked to a mystery. So you can blink and just go through it.
Okay, and how are you planning to put the clues, like to define the clues?
Okay, sorry. So the clues, basically, how we proceed. We have a mystery, and then we come up with how difficult we want the mystery to be, and then we're like, okay, this, for example, the wallpaper, we want to make it like unmissable. So we put a lot of clues everywhere about it, and then we know we need to transmit different clues for gameplay wise, and then Chiara starts writing the clues and adds in elements of characterization, of world building, and then we place them on the estate plan. We have created an estate plan that allows us to know where we are in terms of phase of gameplay. Basically, we don't want to put we want to put the clues before the lock, of course. So we know where we can put the clues, looking at our plan, and then after our plan, we can put confirming clues. This is clues which actually tells you like, oh, you too, you knew about it. For example, Lottie, maybe behind the wallpaper, there's a note of Lottie saying, oh my God, that's crazy. There, you can go through wallpaper, and then you look at the note and you're like, yes, I can, Lottie, you're so my friend. So we can also have confirming clues. But we're going to place them all around the house in many forms.
Thank you.
And if you want to know if it will be missable, to just, for example, if we will have a lot of different wallpapers, but only one will be the one that you can pass through, it will be a specific one with specific colors and shapes. And so when we will describe it as the hide wallpaper, the weird one, and maybe we will try when doing the playtest if the clues are enough just to understand what is wrong with this wallpaper, and if we want to put an emphasis on it, we will try to add some VFX or some different shaders.
And also what you saw is a gray box. We augmented it with placeholder textures so that the playtests were a bit more faithful to what we wanted to do, because we want to convey an atmosphere too. But in the final version, there'll be many more wallpapers and all of that. This is only a gray box. This is a game designer art. This is not a art, okay?
There's a question from Mark. A lot of your game is based on the knowledge is key concept, but aren't you afraid that some players, sorry, I hear myself, that some player will actually try all sorts of random things every time they're blocked before searching for leads in other rooms. If Mark had the meta knowledge of the existence of mechanics like this, that's definitely what he would do. Wouldn't this impact your control over the character progression? Did you get it?
Yes, yes, I have the question under my eyes also. Yes, Mark, we are concerned about that. We are even kind of expecting some type of players to do that. And we think it's not actually a problem because our game is about exploration, right? So if you start to understand that the tools that you have in your hands, depending on how you use them, you can do magic things all around. Yeah, we want people to try randomly things all around them. There isn't a strong probability that they actually manage to do some things. I mean, what is the probability that you are going actually to walk backwards into a wallpaper? It's possible, sure, but we have so many. We intend to put so many mysteries and each use your tools in a different way. So, if that happens, if ever the player gets stuck behind a mystery he or she solved without even realizing it, as Alexandre said a few moments ago, we are planning to put clues on a mystery behind the mystery, just in case you solved it without even understanding how you did it, and that you could come back to maybe a clue that is almost very explicit that says, hey, you can pass through hide wallpaper as long as you're not looking at it. So that if you actually did it without knowing it, well, you have the answer right here. And try all sort of random things. No. Yeah, I don't know if that answered the question. I don't know if you want to say something else, Alexandre. Yeah, okay. Would that impact your control over the character progression? Yes, it does. It's very complicated because we have a Metroidvania where you technically have all the tools from the beginning. So it's pretty hard to know how we are going to, well, how we are already doing it. We already know that some mysteries can be discovered before others and stuff, but we have to prepare for maybe not every scenario because there are so many, but yeah, we have to prepare for the fact that maybe they are going to discover mystery number 2 before mystery number 1 in our mind, and that we will have then to put some clues of mystery number 1 behind mystery number 2. So it's all like I wouldn't say a mess, but it's very intricated. No, it's not a big mess. It's just very intricated.
Okay, I don't see Mark reacting anymore, so I guess it was a good answer for him. So there's another question. Will the endgame knowledge be difficult to use? Or you will more play deeply with simple ones?
About that, like the difficulty of use, may be difficult to understand, but we want everything to be very accessible. So it will never be a question of execution, but more a question of understanding. We want a lot of players to be able to play the game, especially in the older demographics. People who love point and click, for example, and we don't want to do very, very difficult things to execute. But then, of course, there will be things that are optional, very difficult to understand, and that not every player will be able to do, but it will not be on the golden path. I think we will have a golden path, a wished experience, and then, because it's a Metroidvania, kind of optional content that adds to the knowledge you've got to the game, but that is not part of the core main experience that we want every player to have. And this ties with the way we're going to do the difficulty. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there other comments, questions? If no, let's thank again the team. Congratulations for this presentation. Thank you for all. Thanks for the illustration in the channels. I want to thank all the teams, and of course, as for the others, I want to invite the people to spend maybe 20 minutes coming in exchanging with you guys from Eldritch Funk directly on the channel you have on the Discord. All the other teams are still there, also available if you want to exchange a bit more with them. And as said, or during all day, you will have also time during the week at lunchtime to exchange with all the team members and to discuss about the projects or their work. So do not hesitate to do so. It's a cool way to have access to all the teams that worked on the project and that are keeping working on them. Thanks and congratulations to everybody. And please stay with us and come back to Discord for the testing of the nano projects that our first year students made last month. So let's give a last round of applause to the second year students. Congrats to everybody. And thank you for all the explanations. Okay, so talk to you all back at 5 for the nano project.
Welcome to this disturbed realm where all the links with our world are lost. As you can imagine, our world is no better. We've lost all spirituality except for 6 bells. Please come ring these bells and recreate the broken house. Bring life to this now place.
La transmission et la propagation d'une information. Quand on vous informe, on vous dit ce que vous êtes censé devoir croire.
Je vous vois, vous savez. Qui êtes-vous? Qui êtes-vous? Je ne vous reconnais pas. Vous êtes la première personne que je
Welcome, Monstronum. You are the luckiest conductor of the year, which chose you to lead the commemorative concert of the Monstronomic War. I'm at your disposal to teach you how to use the ceremonial relics, the magic button, the magic potions factory, and the metronomic hunt.
Fonctionnalité opérationnelle.
Mode chorégraphie validé.
Hey, welcome back. It's time for discovering and test the nano project made by the first year students of the Cnam-Enjmin. But what are these nano projects? As for the M2 project, the whole cohort is divided into 6 teams of around 9 people. Each team has to develop a game in only 1 month and following a common theme. This theme this year is versus fighting. So you will discover 6 games made by highly motivated teams and just waiting to be tested. I hope you took time to look at the tutorial the students made for you in order to let you use Parsec for this test period. You will have 1 hour and a half to test the 6 games. But if you didn't have the time to look at the tutorial, you can still look at the details in the channel in this Discord named Nano Announcement. All the details are described there. So in order to let you choose which game you're going to start with, let's discover all these 6 games through a common trailer. So Jérémy, if you want to start the video and enjoy testing.
Now, Let's take a look at the TADs. Let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses its crank handle to adapt its speed. The TAD seems to have found some food. The fruit guaranteed it some energy. Our TAD seems to be quite agile. It found how to boost its speed with the energy of the fruit. Look at my boy! He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple TAD. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. TADs swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Okay, go!
Look at my boy. He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple tad. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. Dads, swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Welcome.
Now, let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses its crank handle to adapt its speed. Oh, the TAD seems to have found some food. The fruit guaranteed it some energy. Our TAD seems to be quite agile. It found how to boost its speed with the energy of the fruit. Look at my boy! He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple TAD. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. Dads, swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Okay, go!
5, 4, 1. Aïe. Oui.
Humans used to rule the world, but their violence has ruined them. Nature is healing, and now our day has come. Mice, wake up and fight! We are taking control of the human ruins, where we have found some really cool explosive technology. Bam! Defend yourself, mouse, and hack some systems. This one didn't see it coming. Now, we just can't stop fighting. There's ammunition and energy for decades. And if something breaks, we repair it. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Dear people of Kokinaria, my fellow citizens, I told you I love you. This December, you will have the opportunity to choose who will be my next chef, my next gourmet. Fruits are good for your earth, you know about it. But what is even better is to take them, to throw them at the face of your enemy, to satisfy me, but more important, to satisfy you, my dear people of Kokinaria. Try, player, destroy your enemy, explode the fruits on the floor, and show me, show the people of Kokinaria that you have what it takes to be my fellow chef, in chief, the best in the world. People of Kokinaria, show me that you have what it takes to satisfy me. I beg you, give us the best rate as possible.
Now, let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses Now, let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses its crank handle to adapt its speed. Oh, the TAD seems to have found some food. The fruit guaranteed it some energy. Our TAD seems to be quite agile. It found how to boost its speed with the energy of the fruit. Look at my boy! He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple TAD. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. TADs swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Okay, go!
Humans used to rule the world, but their violence has ruined them. Nature is healing, and now our day has come. Mice, wake up and fight. We are taking control of the human ruins, where we have found some really cool explosive technology. Bam! Defend yourself, mouse, and hack some systems. This one didn't see it coming. Now, we just can't stop fighting. There's ammunition and energy for decades. And if something breaks, we repair it. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Dear people of Kokinaria, my fellow citizens, I told you I love you. This December, you will have the opportunity to choose who will be my next chef, my next gourmet. Fruits are good for your earth, you know about it. But what is even better is to take them, to throw them at the face of your enemy, to satisfy me, but more important, to satisfy you, my dear people of Kokinaria. Try, player, destroy your enemy, explode the fruits on the floor, and show me, show the people of Kokinaria that you have what it takes to be my fellow chef in chief, the best in the world. People of Kokinaria, show me that you have what it takes to satisfy me. I beg you, give us the best rate as possible.
Now, let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses its crank handle to adapt its speed. Oh, the TAD seems to have found some food. The fruit guaranteed it some energy. Our TAD seems to be quite agile. It found how to boost its speed with the energy of the fruit. Look at my boy! He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple TAD. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. TADs swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Okay, go!
5, 4, 1. Aïe. Oui.
Humans used to rule the world, but their violence has ruined them. Nature is healing, and now our day has come. Mice, wake up and fight. We are taking control of the human ruins, where we have found some really cool explosive technology. Bam! Defend yourself, mouse, and hack some systems. This one didn't see it coming. Now, we just can't stop fighting. There's ammunition and energy for decades. And if something breaks, we repair it. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Dear people of Kokinaria, my fellow citizens, I told you I love you. This December, you will have the opportunity to choose who will be my next chef, my next gourmet. Fruits are good for your earth, you know about it. But what is even better is to take them, to throw them at the face of your enemy, to satisfy me, but more important, to satisfy you, my dear people of Kokinaria. Try, player, destroy your enemy, explode the fruits on the floor, and show me, show the people of Kokinaria that you have what it takes to be my fellow chef, in chief, the best in the world. People of Kokinaria, show me that you have what it does, what it takes to satisfy me. I beg you, give us the best rate as possible.
Now, let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses its crank handle to adapt its speed. Oh, the TAD seems to have found some food. The fruit guaranteed it some energy. Our TAD seems to be quite agile. It found how to boost its speed with the energy of the fruit. Look at my boy! He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple TAD. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. TADs swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Okay, go!
Vai, bob, ah! Ai. Oi.
Humans used to rule the world, but their violence has ruined them. Nature is healing, and now our day has come. Mice, wake up and fight. We are taking control of the human ruins, where we have found some really cool explosive technology. Bam! Defend yourself, mouse, and hack some systems. This one didn't see it coming. Now, we just can't stop fighting. There's ammunition and energy for decades. And if something breaks, we repair it. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Dear people of Coquinaria, my fellow citizens, I told you I love you. This December, you will have the opportunity to choose who will be my next chef, my next gourmet. Fruits are good for your earth, you know about it. But what is even better is to take them, to throw them at the face of your enemy, to satisfy me, but more important, to satisfy you, my dear people of Coquinaria. Try, player, destroy your enemy, explode the fruits on the floor, and show me, show the people of Coquinaria that you have what it takes to be my fellow chef in chief, the best in the world. People of Coquinaria, show me that you have what it takes to satisfy me. I beg you, give us the best rate as possible.
Now, let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses its crank handle to adapt its speed. Oh, the TAD seems to have found some food. The fruit guaranteed it some energy. Our TAD seems to be quite agile. It found how to boost its speed with the energy of the fruit. Look at my boy! He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple TAD. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. TADs swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Okay, go!
5, 4, 1. Aïe. Oui.
Humans used to rule the world, but their violence has ruined them. Nature is healing, and now our day has come. Mice, wake up and fight! We are taking control of the human ruins, where we have found some really cool explosive technology. Bam! Defend yourself, mouse, and hack some systems. This one didn't see it coming. Now, we just can't stop fighting. There's ammunition and energy for decades. And if something breaks, we repair it. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Dear people of Kokinaria, my fellow citizens, I told you I love you. This December, you will have the opportunity to choose who will be my next chef, my next gourmet. Fruits are good for your earth, you know about it. But what is even better is to take them, to throw them at the face of your enemy, to satisfy me, but more important, to satisfy you, my dear people of Kokinaria. Try, player, destroy your enemy, explode the fruits on the floor, and show me, show the people of Kokinaria that you have what it takes to be my fellow chef, in chief, the best in the world. People of Kokinaria, show me that you have what it takes to satisfy me. I beg you, give us the best rate as possible.
Now, let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses its crank handle to adapt its speed. Oh, the TAD seems to have found some food. The fruit guaranteed it some energy. Our TAD seems to be quite agile. It found how to boost its speed with the energy of the fruit. Look at my boy! He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple TAD. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. TADs swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Okay, go!
5, 4, 1.
Humans used to rule the world, but their violence has ruined them. Nature is healing, and now our day has come. Mice, wake up and fight. We are taking control of the human ruins, where we have found some really cool explosive technology. Bam! Defend yourself, mouse, and hack some systems. This one didn't see it coming. Now, we just can't stop fighting. There's ammunition and energy for decades. And if something breaks, we repair it. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Dear people of Kokinaria, my fellow citizens, I told you I love you. This December, you will have the opportunity to choose who will be my next chef, my next gourmet. Fruits are good for your earth, you know about it. But what is even better is to take them, to throw them at the face of your enemy, to satisfy me, but more important, to satisfy you, my dear people of Kokinaria. Try, player, destroy your enemy, explode the fruits on the floor, and show me, show the people of Kokinaria that you have what it takes to be my fellow chef in chief, the best in the world. People of Kokinaria, show me that you have what it got, what it takes to satisfy me. I beg you, give us the best rate as possible.
Now, let's take a look at the TADs. As we can see with this specimen, their main activity is to explore their pond. When needed, the TAD uses its crank handle to adapt its speed. Oh, the TAD seems to have found some food. The fruit guaranteed it some energy. Our TAD seems to be quite agile. It found how to boost its speed with the energy of the fruit. Look at my boy! He even succeeded to teleport himself. This is too smart of a move for a simple TAD. I suspect him to be controlled by a human. He might be dangerous. This is worrying. I better kill him. TADs swimming to your homes on December the 14th.
Okay, go!
5, 4, 1. Aïe. Oui.
Humans used to rule the world, but their violence has ruined them. Nature is healing, and now our day has come. Mice, wake up and fight! We are taking control of the human ruins, where we have found some really cool explosive technology. Bam! Defend yourself, mouse, and hack some systems. This one didn't see it coming. Now, we just can't stop fighting. There's ammunition and energy for decades. And if something breaks, we repair it. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Dear people of Kokinaria, my fellow citizens, I told you I love you. This December, you will have the opportunity to choose who will be my next chef, my next gourmet. Fruits are good for your earth, you know about it. But what is even better